Okay, let's see. Let's test Lumia. Pants. Okay, that way. That way. Okay, and then let's test that throw. Nice. Okay. And now we just need Tristan. He'll join eventually. Tristan all the way over there. Wait, is my mic good picking up? Hold on. No, 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 no. Yeah, it is. Okay, okay. Quinn, hi. How are you doing? Look, we've got a server. I'm eating yogurt out of a squeeze packet of yogurt. It's good. What am I making? Oh, right. I needed to remake my surgery table. Yeah, here's fun. Good. What a terrible place to it. Doesn't look very good. Huh? Good. So we don't. I'm sorry we've been practically gone for a while. Lots been having to tell us. Tell us what's been going on. I like tea. Fill us in on the tea. Yeah, hold on. Oh. Yeah, hold on. If you say that you are mine, I'll be there till the end of time. So you got to let. Why are you not joining Discord, babe? Is it because you hate me? See? See? Oh, there's my little trash husband. What?
It's like a Yakuza
Oh.
face killing all the fowls.
Oh no.
I'm trying to set up with Yakuza.
No matter where you live, your house is going to be on fire. Looking
Mm-hmm.
for your granddad's son because my granddad's in hospital because she had knee surgery. She's fine. Though don't worry, I'm just there to help out. Well, that's nice. Different veggies not too bad. I go now. Should I stay or should I go now? If I go, there will be trouble. And if I stay, there will be trouble. I am doing this with food in my mouth. Maybe not been the great. Before research, I've not been the greatest mentally. What's wrong? Assuming it's nothing like super bad. Like you could tell us what's going on, but don't just like trauma dump. You know what I mean? Keep it light. If you want a trauma dump, we have a vent channel on the Discord. Look, this is me trying to talk with food in my mouth. I'm so sorry. I'm very rude. I have way too much energy today. I don't know where it came from. I haven't even started drinking my energy drink yet. It's not that super bad. Don't worry. Just feeling down and stuff and self-image. Oh yeah. Yeah, I get that. Completely understand that. Not even like no understand that. I don't even need to look at things, right? Stay or should I go now? It just happens from time to time. Are you on medication? That sounds terrible to say, but you know what I mean. Like I'm on medication, so I feel like I can ask if other people are on medication.
And you don't have to say what it is.
Yeah, I need to know if you're on antipsychotics. Sorry, no, you
We need to know if we need to quarantine you.
don't. If I say it will be double.
Okay. Check this happens.
Stay or should I go? No, not this one. Yes, this one. This one? What? Is it maxed out already? Oh, it is. Okay. Yeah, it is. Okay, I'm dumb.
Okay. Reconnected.
Wait, I have to check. A medication, not yet. Doctor's horrible here. Oh, geez. Where are you from? Not like, don't give me your address, but like.
We need the address. We know we're coming to visit.
The only reason I'm asking is because, like, in the U.S. on it. Oh, Scotland. Oh, geez. I have no idea what it's like in Scotland.
The part of the UK, so they have the NDIS. They have really long wait times for free healthcare.
I see. I like how you did Scotland and then did the painting nails emote. Free healthcare was not the greatest. Oh, yeah. You say you're waiting to cook, but you're by the food trough, so something tells me you're a liar, Yuzu.
Yeah. Yeah, cool. It's so smooth.
I know, it's so nice. Get more stuff to make more vegetable cakes. I think they're still going though, so.
You miss your boyfriend, you've been away from him since Monday. You don't know how long you'll be away from. Oh.
So you having a good time with your new boyfriend? I guess I don't have to ask anything if you're missing him. Guess that's a yes.
That's a definite yes.
So glad I got all my babies. I can just like grind up the to level 4 now. Then we can do rate. Well, I gotta level them, but then we can do raids.
I love him so much. The first healthy relationship you've had.
That's
Aww.
so sweet.
It's good. It's good. We love healthy relationships.
Mm-hmm. Hope it stays that way. That sounded way more menacing than I meant it to be. Or maybe I meant it to be more menacing. I don't know.
Dun.
The fuck? Oh.
Mm. Yummy drink. Did you end up changing your cooldown on that redeem?
Mm-mm. I took it down. Feels like the one you know, like it feels like we're meant to be. It sounds so cringe. No, I get it. You're so cute.
That is adorable.
Mhm.
That is.
It sounds cringe, but in a good way. Like Tristan and I super sounded cringe when we first started dating because it was how it was, you know.
You mean we've stopped?
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. We've been cringe this whole time. He can do it, not me. I'm not cringy. I'm amazing. I didn't send you a. What am I doing? A cooldown for that one redeem. 30 minutes.
Ooh.
um, and then to be cringe is to be free. Exactly, exactly. Let's see. I gotta get you a. Do you have? Are you in the Spotify, babe? Copy link.
I am not. I don't have
I'll
the link.
end the jam because it looked like you were in the jam. So I'll start a jam, copy a link, and send that to you.
It would have been impressive if I was in the jam because I didn't have my.
Said you were there. It lied to me. How dare.
I'm a liar.
Oops. There you go. Now it's changed.
The zombies started playing once the jam.
Mm.
It did say I was there, but it was glitched.
Mm-hmm. That's why I ended it.
Yeah.
Mm. I smashed the rest of the yogurt.
Same.
I think what I'm gonna do
It is good. Mm,
is I'm gonna let the eggs go for a while, and I'm gonna work on leveling up.
so perfect. Just cutting a tattoo on his neck and oh, you're someone who likes neck tattoos. I see.
Oh my gosh. Party about presets. Let's go egg party pickup. Right. Where's Herbie?
I ate him.
There he is. Sneaky bitch.
Hamster. Delicious.
I need a
Aren't
new.
hamsters eaten in like South America?
I don't know. What the fuck's going on in South
Or is it?
America?
No, no, it's guinea pigs. It's guinea pigs.
Rename this to um leveling group. So my leveling group is literally just Bushi and my flyer. And then I will just replace it with whatever the fuck needs to be leveled. Or add
I
the
know
other
I
thing.
said this before, but you two are amazing. Oh.
Oh, you bitch. Oh shit. No, no, no. Don't go in here.
You're amazing, Quinn.
Get your butt over here. Um, 2, 3. Mm-mm.
That's all you can hope for. All you can hope for is to try to be your best.
Uh,
You unfortunately can't be more than your best, but if you could, you would be suspicious because I think you might be an alien.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I gotta take my meds.
Yes, she did.
I did what?
You did call her a bitch. Mm, gay fox noises. Oh my god, the gay fox is into the
Oh my
chat.
god,
Unfortunately, just
Octavia.
saying that doesn't narrow it
It
down.
really didn't. I thought it was Hiko.
Hello, Octavia. Good to see you.
Hi, Octavia. You love being a bitch? Good. Good, as you should. Be yourself. Oh
Be
no,
the realest bitch you
12.
can be. That's the advice I can give to everyone. Everyone should just be
I was like sitting here
real.
all last night going like I was like streaming today is gonna be so nice. You know,
Hello, Octavia.
how are you doing, Octavia? No.
Been over here.
I had to rename Project Ignis because
Pardon me, I burped.
they're not in
I'm
order and it bothers me.
disgustingly beautiful.
Actually, it's 2 a.m. for you. Oh well.
Thank you.
Lord. Oh my god, I can fly super fast and it's not laggy. That doesn't mean I'm swapping back to the Frostallion. I found a love with Celine.
Oh my god, she's cheating on me with Celine.
The difference in fight or difference in flight is negligible.
Oh, sounds like you had a fun last night if you're hungover.
Oh wow.
Maybe, I don't know.
What is today?
Friday for them?
Oh, Saturday. So yesterday would have been Friday. Well,
Us?
for Friday, did you get drunk on a Thursday night or a Friday night?
2
64,
a.m. for
64,
your twin?
64. Okay.
Ooh. I mean, yeah, gamer hours.
Game around, yeah.
2
We were
a.m.
up
game.
until like what, 4 in the morning trying to get a server set up.
Yeah, and then we passed out immediately after.
Like the thing is, the big thing we wanted to make sure is that we could get a server set up in probably like 5 minutes, but we wanted to make sure the save file went over, and I had to do some research to figure out how that worked.
Mm-hmm.
Because what do I know? Nothing.
You can pass it on a Thursday. To live your best life, Octavia.
I love you, Octavia. You're so great.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to get back in. Get your ass back in my party. Fuck me, man. What the hell am I doing? All right.
So, other than hungover, how you doing, Octavia?
Hmm. Gotta take care of a couple of these bosses down here that we haven't done yet. Why not?
Oh, we could take care of a couple of the favorite bosses. Yeah. All the ones in the yellow area by the smoky, we haven't.
Yeah, I was
I mean,
gonna go to the Splat Arena first. Mostly because that one's gonna be annoying to get to.
yeah.
But also, like, I'm not just gonna be jumping from boss to boss. I'm gonna be kill a boss, then go back, put the pals away, kill a boss, go back, put the pals away.
Oh, you're leveling them, yeah.
Hmm.
You want to come over too?
If you want to,
To be fair,
I'm
it's
just
actually easier.
leveling. I like if you want to kill them too, you can. If not, I'm not taming anything. I'm not catching anything. I literally am just I'm just leveling.
Catch me, Bodhi.
My party is currently Ryuma, Celine, and 3 shadow guards. Lucy, congrats on getting first, even though you weren't first. I'm proud of you. You got a server now, and then nice.
Hello, Lucy. Welcome in. Surprise.
Surprise! I had no
Surprise,
idea it was
motherfucker.
you. Right, motherfucker. Where is this fucking Splatterina?
French fries,
Is it
motherfucker.
below me?
Possibly.
Oh my
Oh my
god.
god, Lucy's first over here too.
Nice. Yoinking the first.
That sneaky bitch. Finally, after everyone I know tell me I pass. What?
Oh, that's
Oh!
fantastic. I told you
That
that
is nice.
already, but whatever. Apparently, your sister's opinion doesn't count.
Sometimes a sister needs a German suplex.
If you see that Splatterina up there and you kill it, I'm gonna be so mad.
No, I'm just catching some Gildanes. I don't see her at all up here.
She's not down on the purple either. Is she even lower?
Mm,
No. What?
I swear she's supposed to be up here.
Yeah. Fires on. Have you killed her already?
No, not at all.
So confused. Still alive. That's good. Oh, you scared the shit out of me.
Hello, I'm Splat.
Man walked up to me and started hitting on me at the bar. I was like, what the fuck? He doesn't know I'm trans. That's good. That's good, right?
I'm glad you feel happy now.
Yeah, you should always be happy.
Yeah.
Even if you weren't passing, but you are. You should always be happy. Even though that's unrealistic. I get it. I got 3 ultimate spears. Yes. No, I don't care. I'm looking for this fucking splatterina.
Was she on one of these, like, little ledges down? No.
Not little. And especially since she's a boss, she'd be an alpha.
Trash copper, that's
Hi,
us.
Whippa. Okay, I'm going below it. I'm gonna go. Hold on, let me go to this little ledge over here.
Go to...
I'll put this ledge over here, maybe.
No.
Is
Hello,
there a
Whipper.
cave? You bottom I bottomed my was to the top woot woot.
I think way.
Oh, that makes so much more sense.
We are amazing. We went over to the pharmacy and to...
Get water.
Yeah, and we got some water at the shops.
I
Got the server
I
running.
video message my family. Sometimes you gotta chat with family.
Maybe I killed it last... No, I only just discovered.
Yeah. Oh my god. It has already begun. I
Already
will
passed.
hydrate, you son of a bitch.
We went to the pharmacy and then we went to Coles.
We went to the store. That's where we went, okay?
Yeah. I got some water so we can hydrate because we were out.
She's like, love you too. Yeah,
Lucy now
because
ran out of
somebody
water.
made us run out of water. We had to go to the store and get some more.
All your fault, Lucy. Uh, it's good to see everyone.
Bahamas East. Yep.
Oh my
We went to
god.
the Bahamas. Just the east part of the Bahamas.
My favorite part.
Mm-hmm.
I've never been, but it's my favorite part.
Same. The fuck?
The only
Of
thing I
course,
can
I'm like the first fucking thing I wanted to kill
the only
isn't
thing I
even
can
here.
think of is she fell through the floor and then died. Well,
Okay, well, I guess we'll go kill the fucking Gildane then.
it's like Gildane.
The Gildane boss to the east.
How are you
And it
doing,
sent my
Whipper?
ass.
And how are you, Lucy?
Lucy, I'll tell you exactly how Lucy's doing. He's having a great time being a pain in my ass as usual. See, I
Yep.
told you.
The bigger the pain, the better the game.
Sam, thank you for the resub. Appreciate it. And it's nice to see that my alerts are working.
That is good. They weren't working yesterday.
Some of them were not working.
Yeah.
Why did I
How can you
decide
be
to
saying?
jump off of Celine? This is not how I wanted to get down to the boss, is by jumping off of my flyer in the middle of the sky. Celine beat me down here. She's like, what's going on? What are we doing? Okay, you hear?
Yummy. Hey, yay! We've actually got a Gildane. Nice work, Ryuma.
You gonna fuck shit up. That's why I bring him out.
Nice.
Our song requests on? They are.
Song requests are working. Well, they were yesterday. If they're broken
Let me check.
today,
Let me check. So,
we just immediately started logging.
the song that just got requested was Hotel California? No, hold on. Clearly, I feel like that's not right. Unless, of course, he just requested Hotel California, which I doubt. Um,
What is this song?
oh, no, Spotify's not on. Hold on. I think I gotta reload Lumia. It's doing its
Probably,
thing
yeah.
again.
Yeah, I think every time we go live, we need to reload Lumia.
Yeah. All right, give me a minute. I'll take care of it. Watch my back, babe.
Yes. I'll definitely be watching your back.
Would you leave me? I'm by the Gildane. What if it respawns?
In half an hour? You're gonna take that long?
What if it takes
Maybe.
me half an hour?
You requested bang bang bang.
It's not that. I'm trying to connect. Refresh. Reconnect. Refresh. Something hit me. Spotify's not connecting. Okay, Spotify's decided today it doesn't want to work, so sorry.
To the leg. There we go. In the
Sometimes it
ankle.
works, sometimes it don't work. I don't know what to tell you.
Roll the dice. It may work, it might not.
Hit or miss. I do try. Maybe it'll start working later. I don't know.
Yeah, it just needs to warm up.
Look.
Spotify is very rude, yes. Mm-hmm.
Trying to turn off the song requests because people keep trying to redeem them even though they're off. I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Alright, I turned them off. We'll see. What? I'm so sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Look! Oh my god, I keep forgetting to take my meds. Hold on. Look. No, I'm not. I didn't forget to take my meds. I did take my meds.
You took meds this morning already?
I'm so glad I did because I didn't even know I did. I just looked at my thing and it's gone, so I guess I did.
Oh, the Saturday ones, you took them before we left? Nice.
Yeah, I'm smart. Look at me. At least Lucy's
Well, you
point
took
back.
them,
No. He'll get those points back in like a minute. He'll be fine. He's going to use it to hydrate me anyways. I'll drink some water for free later, I guess. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. I can't be here. Or not, I can't be here. I don't want to be here.
Yeah, we'll come back. What?
I love
No.
Lordania.
Dut, dut, dut.
Okay.
I made no TikTok.
They only got up to level 61 this time, though. That is interesting.
Yeah, the Gildan was level 63, so that makes
Yeah,
sense.
but the Lylene is only level 55. Fan. And the other Shadow Guard got up to level 64.
Welcome to the Hotel California.
But back in my party.
No. Oh my god.
What?
I bred 100, 100, 100. Geometide.
That's amazing.
Holy shit, a lot of these Geometides are good. The problem is they don't have the traits I wanted on them.
Well, that's fine. I don't have traits I want on any of mine. I'm gonna have to go through and get a bunch of money so I can retrade all these bitches. But I'm leveling them first, so.
Also, to be fair, I'm trying to breed for rainbow passives,
Oh,
so
yeah, I'm not.
yeah.
See, like, rainbow passes are cool and everything. I'm like looking at Sims, like, what the fuck you doing? Rainbow passes are cool, but like, if I like technically have a rainbow passive on mine that's babysitter, it's not really gonna help me at the raid.
No, no, the ones I have are like demon god, things like that,
Oh,
attack
yeah.
ones.
Well, that's
Out of
why I'm gonna have
curiosity,
Rheum in my pocket.
how many people have Pal so far? So there's you Sims, there is Lucy, there is Maya, Nat, Jesse.
And that's it.
So five. Up six, I guess, because you did um
Yeah, Sims has a pal. Demon God is a rainbow passive. I'll show you. My Bushy has it.
Yeah, it's a really good attack passive. 30% attack, 5% defense, and it might do something else.
Demon God. 30% attack, 5% defense. And then I added a ferocious, which is another 20%. And then a
Yeah,
25% increase in player work speed, I guess.
Demon God is one of the best
But
attack
here's
focused.
Mayo. Mayo's a leaf fan. Then
Oh, and
Jesse
there's
is
also
a
Damon,
quiver
yeah.
and botan. Then Sims is a van worm. And then Lucy's amuses me. He's a cognito. He reminds me so much of Lucy, you know.
Water, drink water.
And then Nat's down here, and that's this little bird that's keeping everybody's food cold.
Is Damon there?
No, oh, I should put Damon in here, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not in the community, but like
That's because he's like
he's a
he's a kid.
yeah.
You can't
He's
watch
not
him.
allowed.
No.
There he goes. There's Damon. There's our nephew.
Just like Gremlin
It's our
child,
nephew.
they're allowed through
True,
an adult.
true, true. I
Yeah.
need to go make another bed. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go.
Lucy does indeed look like a plague doctor.
I rebuilt my workshop last night for those who did not see. Show you
Oh,
my new
that killed
workshop. Yeah, I know you were there, Lucy. Obviously, then I wasn't talking to you. Dang that.
me.
Oh, 16 hours. Yeah. Okay. Here's what I got. Move. Okay. So all these guys are now working. Got these guys waiting for the forge. This waiting for the crusher.
The
These
whole
guys working for
16
the
hours? You
crusher.
were there for most of it, Lucy, yeah. There were a couple of times where you went AFK.
This is where I built. And I can also run expeditions, which I should do. Actually, just set those up.
Actually curious, what was the last plague? What was the last plague?
Do I have? Did I change the destination? For this one.
The third plague
When he dark. Sort.
Yersinia pestis. It's the last historically recognized major global plague pandemic began in Yunnan, China. Swept across all inhabited continents and killed over 15 million. Damn. It was active until 1960, but I guess it like lost its plague status by then. Now categorized as endemic in several rural wild rodent populations. Okay, so yeah, it just went.
I_M_SimsLord said fun not so fun fact,
Underscore
the
slash
bubonic plague
underscore
is still rampant in
Simsor.
places like Africa and Southeast Asia.
You're still rampant in parts of Africa and Southeast Asia, bitch. I don't know what's wrong with me. Look, just excuse me, okay? I have problems.
Okay, so it was the there was a Black Death outbreak in 1855, but it wasn't as bad as the Black Death. Yes, yes, the bubonic plague is still rampant in places. It's effectively treated by antibiotics, but that's the reason it's still active in poorer and less developed areas as they
Okay.
don't have access.
You caused it? Oh, hi, Nia. Welcome in. Welcome in.
Howdy,
What did one wall
howdy.
say to the other? I meet you at the corner. Okay. All right, let's go. All right.
Did one all say what to the other? I'll meet you at the corner.
Oh, I want to know who's stinkiest. Could have said your mom's still rampant. I could have, but I'm 33% stinky. That's not too bad.
I've just been standing here
Oh
and
my God,
my
Lucy, you're toxic.
Dorman tides are level 67.
Oh wow.
I did kill a couple of things.
I went
but
to go show off my base and my guys are only level 30. Oh, why you guys stink so much? Go take a shower. Nasty. Come on here, babe. Come in here. We're gonna kill it.
Give me a second. I'm getting
Oh
new
no.
house.
Oh no.
Is Lucy very stinky?
No,
Oop,
you're the brain rot,
you're welcome.
babe.
Aren't you so attracted to my stench?
Babe, hurry up. Get in here. I'm fighting a boss.
I'm on my way.
I thought you were behind me.
I was. I then went to swap out my house.
Oh my lord. Lucy says Stinky still holds on to the stink that caused the plague. Oh my gosh. See, Octavia is the least stinky. I'm glad it's just a smoky. I can run away from it.
I'm here. Oh, I'm in a loading screen. I'm here. Hello. Oh, your smoke is right next to me. Hey, buddy. What? Your connection to the host has been lost. Did the server go
The
down?
fuck? No, I don't want to. No, no, I don't want to play that. No! I accidentally loaded up my single player.
No. Oh, I'm rejoining. It looks like it's still up. That is the one problem with having a server.
It says a new update will be installed now. It's updating. I gotta close the game. I actually tried to load up an account.
Oh, Palworld might have had just an update in general.
A new update will be installed now. This is just perfect timing. How you guys doing?
83% gay and 17% stinky sounds about right for you, Octavia.
That was like terrible timing for an update. Hold on. Do I have an update then? Don't check the Discord. It doesn't say anything about an update. It might be a Nitrado thing.
It could be an Astrato update. I'm gonna full reload.
Oh, it's running. It says it's running now.
Cool.
I wonder where we're gonna be. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, join multiplayer game and we can connect. Does Octavia have a house? She does not. She can have one if she wants to, but she's got to redeem the 5,000 points. So she can only do it if she's got the points. That's how I make it fair. Many people have pals? 5.5. Well, I say the half because technically Damon's not part of the community, but that's only because it's his like mom. He's part of the community. He's our nephew. Yeah, you are lucky. I think everybody's feels like them a little bit, except for Maya's. Maya's, she's like, I'm a lot more tall and buff than I am. My pal's way more buff and tall than I am in real life. All right, come on, babe.
No, it kicked us back to the fast travel point.
Yeah, I mean, I was on top of the sealed realm of the little hero.
Wee. Hey, honey.
Hi, babe.
Oh no, she left. I chased. I chased.
Okay,
Dark like my soul.
fair enough. All right, I will do that after. Oh shit! After we.
Goodbye, everything.
All right. Well, I was here. All right, time to go find a. Time to go find a dark egg. I'm just gonna go with where I am. Gets that pal. Let's go. Would it be funny if she gets that pal? What pal? You say that pal. Which pal? Oh, that pal. Oh, never mind.
That pal.
It took me a
Oh.
second. That would be funny. That would be hilarious. I think she'd love that, but also, I think she'd love slash hate that one. Yeah. Bruh, why can't I ride my freaking whatever? I'm walking, I guess.
I mean, honey,
Yeah. Do you have a dark egg?
right here.
Is it?
There's a little one right here.
Oh, perfect. Look, here's Octavia. Let's go find out what it is.
I wonder.
Octavia.
I wonder if it's a small one. It could be a
Be
Smoky.
a Smokey. Smokey's adorable.
Smoky is very adorable. And if we ever need Chromite, boom,
Yep,
we got Octavia.
exactly. We don't know if it's gonna be a Smokey. Could be a Smokey, could not be a Smokey. We just think maybe a Smokey because it's small.
Yeah.
What's everybody piled up right here?
But bless me, thank me.
Okay. This Octavia's gonna be ready in 30 seconds.
Oh no, Sims.
I don't know.
You bastard.
I feel like that one would be. I feel
My
like
love.
what?
Sims redeemed head pats.
Oh,
You don't want.
I'll come give you head pats.
No. Okay.
Hmm? Yeah, I
You're
was just like trying. I was like, Octavia's getting ready to hatch in 9 seconds.
wow. That's fast.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
that
a
is a really
small
small
egg. I
egg.
was like, I'm literally hatching Octavia.
That makes sense.
Terrible timing. I was like, damn it. Trying to give people the focus that they deserve.
No focus, only distract.
It's a Dazzy knocked, actually. And she's unstable. That's so the math. Actually, this one's kind of perfect for her. This one actually kind of works. She's dark and electric.
Ooh. Daisy Knock is
She's
like
the
the Daisy
emo version of the Dazzy. And she's unstable. It's perfect. Octavia, I'm gone. You know what this means.
Yes, yeah, it was because Aiko came over here. She has a headset on. So whenever she comes over here,
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Sorted by level, that's why. I was a Dazzy knocked. Where would I be?
I really want those ones.
There's two things I need. First off, I need 2 beds. And
Yes.
second off, I'm going to make a generator so that, she feels like she's got something to do. Just a little one. It doesn't need a big generator. Okay, Octavia, you can follow me for a little bit.
Oh, they're both females.
Alright, so I need planks and cloth and nails and something else. I don't remember. Fiber? I think so. Maybe. It is fiber. There we go. Do. Where is the community base? There it is. Probably give them like a spa or something, maybe. I don't want to check my posture right now. I am enjoying my shrimping. Thank you very much.
I'll check mine. So it's not wasted. My posture was bad. I am shrimp. You are welcome.
Yeah, you're like, I checked it. Terrible. Moving on.
I have my other flames. Well.
Brando,
Found an
welcome
expedition.
in.
Hello, Brando. D
Oh my
shrimp.
god, look at her. She's so happy. I
No,
gave her her
thank you. I will
favorite thing. Her favorite thing is a
defend shrimp.
generator. Yes, I've seen Marcus the Worm. I don't like that I have, but I have done it.
You are obsessed with Marcus the Worm.
Tell me how to live my life.
Snape.
Let's see. I don't tell anybody what to do with this base either. Everybody just does what they want.
Nibble. Patient. Are you still aura farming?
I'll put this
Yes,
down.
always.
I'll put this down. Give me a minute. Maybe somebody wants to use a ranch. I don't even know if it's something that anybody in this community can do right now, but
It's an option.
yeah, I'm gonna make it an option.
This is so nice.
Basically, everybody's building their own base.
Pacifist. I need easy going. Trying to get a Yakimo with easy going.
What should I add here? Like, I'm not gonna add breeding because that's like they're not gonna do that on their own. What's something they could do on their own? Produce. Chop some wood, I know. I know Lucy would love that. There you go. And I bet you like chopping trees, so I'll get you some trees.
Doesn't Lucy's pal just like peck the trees to drop them?
Yeah. Why not? We'll get a little stone buddy next to him too. Why not?
Do I have a good splatterino? Oh, that's actually a pretty good one.
You love wood? Yep. Pervert.
Always playing with that wood.
See, can't do that by themselves. Mm.
Welcome to the jungle.
That's why we have a farm. We'll put a clinic out here. I'm not gonna sit here and say that. I mean, it'll reduce, like, insanity, I suppose, but
Insane in the
I don't even
membrane.
think we have a medicine pal right now. But you know what? Maybe we will in the future, and they'll just be like, I'm gonna use this medicine. Yep, that's what I wanted. Thanks.
Okay, let's get to the German tides.
Oops, it's facing the wrong way. Well, the wrong way from where I wanted it. Alright, let's see. Um, I'll give you guys some foliage too. Why not? Make it nice and pretty. This random bush. Half bush. Alright, see what's in this chest. See, you guys been working. Where did this wool come from? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. You love this bush. Yep. Very good bush. Also, I don't know where Lucy is right now, but apparently he doesn't want to chop trees. Oh, he has decided he's working the farm today.
Who are you and what have you done with Lucy?
Oh, he found a bone in the ground. He's digging up bones. Alright.
He's got some bones to pick with you.
He likes the bone and he likes wood.
He likes to burn wood.
Oh, Lord. Then he loves that bush.
Your brain is so dirty-minded. Oh no! Welcome to 18 Sims.
Mm-hmm.
You are legally allowed to do that, and no one can judge you.
Mm-hmm. Welcome to the jungle, won't you?
I mean, they can judge you.
I mean,
But
I'll
you can't
judge
do
you.
anything about it.
Alright, let's see. Now that's done. Let's go ahead and we need to get more of the Shadow Guard leveled up. 65, 60.
Why do I have this
No.
team? I am dumb. I am big dumb.
No, you're not.
I am little dumb.
Exactly. This is just a random gloopy. That's not a member of the Shadow Guard. Be fine. Down. I'm gonna try going up to fight the Splat Arena again. Maybe it'll be back.
Maybe, yeah. That's what the update was.
Yeah, just
The return
replacing. I know none of you'll get this reference, but say it anyways. All this bone talk made me think of a YouTube video I watched that was just titled "My Bone Is Dry." Oh no, I don't get the reference, but you know, I assume it has something to do with a YouTube video based on my ability to read.
I am proud of your ability to read.
What? Oh my god.
Oh my god, Lucy, you're Captain America?
Babe. This Prunellia is sleeping. It is Night Owl.
No.
Oh no. Night Owl is the worst trait.
I don't think it's too bad on a combat pal. because it provides like no negatives
Yeah.
to combat. But for Cornelia, that you want at your base,
Yeah.
awful.
I don't know a short cat. Short cat. His name's Kit Kat, and he's cute, and I love him. He's very short, but I guess he's average sized for cats. Well, I mean, he's a short cat if you think about all cats, like tigers. He's very short. Find another dark egg here. I don't know who that is, but maybe it's another Gloopy. I don't know. Maybe oh no, Gloopy's a water egg.
What if it's Sakurajima?
Where
Oh, they're very active at
the
night.
fuck is Splatterina? Maybe if we go down this way.
Are you Captain America or are you actually Soldier Boy? I think you're Captain Alaska.
What's that? Oh, it's a nightmare. Where am I? Over here? I'm so confused. I'm looking around for caves now because it's like there's no reason I shouldn't be finding it.
What are you trying to find?
Splatterina.
Oh yeah,
It's got to be like a nearby cave or something. Yeah, maybe.
usually it has a symbol if it's in a cave, though.
Oh, does it?
Yeah,
Hold on.
like the Fengalope and
Those
the.
never had symbols before, but I see it now.
Is there
Wow.
one in the
Let
Splatterina?
me see.
No, there's not.
No. Okay. Well, that makes me even more confused. Are you in the Discord?
Me?
Yeah.
In the call, yeah.
No. Are you in the Palworld Discord? I'll look it up. I'll see if
Yes,
anybody said anything
yes.
about the Splatterina.
My only guess is she fell through the map and just died. It's good to see you all again. It's really good to be back to streaming.
Okay, I figured it out.
Figured it out?
It's the same reason that you're not likely to find a Lylene knocked.
Nighttime.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Aw, that's so sweet. I'm gonna cry.
If you be sweet like that, Aiko is probably gonna cry at some point.
Don't
But
do
yeah,
that. You
very,
guys are
very
supposed to be
sweet.
assholes. Kidding.
I can't imagine a world
I'm
where I
kidding. You
didn't
guys are
hate my
sweet.
wife.
When I started streaming, I didn't even know who the fuck you were.
You didn't even know what Australia was.
What is Australia?
I've heard of it, but I don't think
I didn't know much about Australia. Now I'm living in it. Aw.
Don't worry, baby.
Well,
I've
yeah.
lived in Australia
We're
my
glad
entire
that
life.
we're glad that we came back to it because
Yeah, like the biggest thing was just life stuff and
trying to find the flow.
yeah,
The
our
flow.
sleep schedule's always been off
Mhm.
and
Now our sleep schedules are very off, but we're happy. So
yeah, I honestly don't mind continuing with an off sleep schedule if, you know,
if we're happy streaming, yeah.
yeah.
You know what Finglope, you know how I keep wanting to pronounce it?
Yeah.
Fingelope.
Penelope.
Like Penelope.
Oh no. Oh, that is lovely.
Yeah. I'm just like, I think it's just right now, it's literally just going to be, I think the best time for us, and it's not stressful, is we will stream when we're awake.
Yeah, but at the same
If
time,
we want a day off, we'll let you know we want a day off or something like that. But like that
if
way
we're
it's
awake,
not rushing us or anything. And like if I need to go to a doctor's appointment or something like that, or we need to go out, it's not interrupting with our schedule because our schedule is like when we're playing games, we're streaming it, you know? And a lot of the times we're playing games and sometimes we want to play a game, but we don't want to play like if we when we had a schedule, here's what happens is we would have a game that we wanted to play, but we didn't want to play it until we were able to stream.
yes, that's happened a few times,
Hmm.
and
It's like, oh, I'd rather stream that, so I'm not gonna play it right now. Even though
and
I'll be like, oh, I want to play this so bad, but
it'll be the same thing the other way. Like if we are having a day where we start stream and we're just not feeling it, we could end early.
yeah.
Just not locking ourselves into anything.
Like sometimes you just get tired and want to go to sleep. Babe, take this fucking drink.
Oh my, it's a monster!
My goodness. Like I know I put it on there for my health, but can you not like the hydration and stand up and stretch and everything? It's like I know I need to do these things, but I hate it. I legitimately do. I'm doing it right now, but I'm just mad about it. I'm kind of pout. I hate doing things that are good for my health when all I want to do is game. I know it's for my health. I know. Fuck you guys. My health.
I will join you, honey. I don't know if that makes it easier or not, but whenever these things get redeemed, I'll happily join you. But if they get redeemed on my end,
You're asking me to check my posture. My posture is standing. Be healthy. No, I hate it. Hmm. I think he's a question. He's got a question mark spine. He's got a question mark spine. So the cat wanted to sit outside the bathroom door this morning, right? So I went and I scratched his butt, obviously, because he's a cutie. And I scratched his butt, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom now. Walked into the bathroom. He followed me in there. So naturally, I had to shut the door and torture him while he was in there. He just kept looking at the door like, how do I get out?
and this is the story of how Aiko peed on a cat.
And then I peed on the cat. Hmm.
No, but he'll follow
That's
you.
what your
He'll
dog
follow you.
does.
He'll follow in. He'll just,
He wasn't mad about it. He was just,
get some scritches.
he wanted some love. And I was just like,
Sometimes he'll just drink some water while he's in there. He's a very affectionate cat, and it is amazing.
he is super fucking sweet. He'll just come in here, like, he'll just come in here to cuddle me sometimes.
Hmm. Other times he'll come in here just to sit in the window and be around people.
He likes being around people. When we eat dinner, he sits on the table. And
Yeah.
I would say he just watches, but I had to bop him last time.
And to be
He
fair,
tried to eat the chicken right out of my face. It was going into my mouth. It It was on its way from my plate to my mouth, and he's like, "Is that mine?" Obviously not.
But it's chicken. Must be mine.
Yeah. He is addicted to chicken, but that is my fault.
Yeah. He didn't used to. I mean, he's always like sort of sat on the table,
Mm-hmm.
but he didn't used to
Try and eat food out of people's face.
food out of your mouth. Yeah.
Now he likes. See, basically, this morning I was trying to give him a box, and I was like, Kit Kat, where's Kit Kat? And then I was like, ooh, I smell chicken, and I was like, am I Kit Kat?
My sweet little wife is Kit Kat. She's such a
Oh
small
my God,
kitty.
I had Ryuma do the fucking void blade thing, but it's a freaking bird, so he went and attacked the nothing. Oh my God, Dazenox seems to be struggling with their task. What do you mean you're struggling with your tasks? You can literally do whatever you want.
Decision paralysis. Don't worry, Dazzy Knocked had the same thing. I leave the
Oh, it's probably because it's unstable.
Mm. Um,
Fuck him up. Celine, you're in the middle of a fight. Stop trying to eat salad.
salad for energy.
Mm, mm. Yeah, I don't want to use arrows.
This is so.
I'm just
I,
trying to kill a bird with a sword.
I can fly around on Frostallion and not crash the server.
I know, isn't it nice? Whee! I'm so glad we got the saves uploaded to the server.
Yeah,
I do have a little bit of rubber banding from time to time, but that's so much better than all the lag.
yeah. It's probably when I'm loading something is when the rubber
Yeah.
banding's happening. And this will also let us play other games that we.
Yeah, we were looking at all of the games available through Nitrado. Like, all we'd have to do is, like, switch games.
Yeah, we do have to make sure to
Download the save file.
download the save.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because it does wipe the save when you swap. But yeah, we can play games that we couldn't run because the load on our computers was too much.
It's Minecraft is an option, and Shrouded is an option.
I hope Enshrouded will be better,
Mm-hmm.
especially seeing as we're on Windows 11
Mm-hmm.
and that code that
And I swapped out to a better GPU with more VRAM.
Yep.
I figure out how I've got left. Oh, Black Betty Panda Lamp. Oh, Black Betty Panda Lamp.
Oh, whoa, Blackberry ambulance.
What is... Oh, no, we're not looking up later.
Two more grenades. Two more grenades.
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.
And the speed it's loading things in as well, just in the world.
And we
Nice.
turned the server off last night so that we didn't lose resources or anything. But if we wanted, we wanted the resources to keep going. So, oh, oh,
Yeah.
oh, 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 it's nighttime.
It is nighttime. Oh, yes. Spirit of
Bandolion,
Spina.
boom, blackbird, bandolion, boom, 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 bandolion, boom, 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 bandolion, boom, blackbird, bandolion, boom, blackbird, bandolion. I think if we did a new save though, I think I would want us to go to XP1
Yes. Yes.
because XP3 seems like crazy.
It was very quick. Mostly it was just so we could get through the early game.
Yeah.
There. Oh no, that's a Splatterina. Where is?
Who's me, boss? Oh, here she is, maybe. Are you the? Yep, she is right here.
Oh, hello, Splatterina. Phew. Well, there goes most of her health. Phew.
Nice.
uh,
And how much levels do they have now? Why are they only level 40? What the fuck? Wow,
I wonder.
Splatterina doesn't give much experience at all.
It could be like how it's because how many of you have that get an XP?
3.
3?
Yeah.
It could be split in the XP.
No, no, because each one before on every other boss is the lowest one before went up to level 61, and then the other ones have gone up to 64. This one just went up to 40.
Yeah. Oof.
That is purely a Splatterina does not give great experience. Which is weird because you think it would. It's pretty powerful. What other bosses are in this area? I gotta kill another one. Let's go kill the Nya. Nyafya. Nyafya.
Mm.
Oh, Twitch has something new. Broadcasting in 720p. Click to learn how to stream in higher quantities. 5 minutes to get started. I ain't worried about that right now. You can also set up a vertical stream to stand out in the mobile feed to reach more viewers. Takes
Oh,
do that then.
interesting. That's something worth looking into later.
Standing here as well.
Mm-hmm.
Roxanne. Roxanne. She knows her broadcasters.
Oh yeah, we still need for the Nyathia. PCG does indeed suck sometimes. Nom, nom, nom.
Figure that out. I'll keep that up so I don't forget it.
Back to the normal.
Yep. Can I move, please? See, every time I get on my mount, it takes a minute for me to be able to move.
Yeah, I think that's been happening to me.
100, 100, 100. How you feeling about that Frostallion, babe?
Me lucky. I do know that the Frostallion doesn't have as good stats as even at 100, 100, 100 as other things.
Whoa.
Oh, a lucky van worm.
All right.
You want that one?
I'm not going to catch it. Do you want to catch it? I was just going to kill it for experience. Do you want it?
Already got a lucky van worms.
All right. I have a Van Worm already. It's Sims.
He did.
Oh, now they're
Oh,
level 60.
Right there.
Give me a minute. I want to go get the other two. I'll be back.
Okay. Oh my god, yeah. Everything leveled up like 16. Wow, that splatterine was awful.
Yeah. I got more experience from the fucking bandworm.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go build on the now. Now I'm gonna be able to stream with the new model.
Mm-hmm.
The lag issues.
Yeah, it's not gonna like literally you won't be using any CPU usage load on the games. Um no, but you'd be using like minimal. I am so when we do eventually get around to doing a new save in this,
Mm-hmm.
what's your opinion of the global Pell box?
I haven't decided.
Yeah. I know if we're doing any challenge run, it's a no.
Yeah.
Um,
I think a global PAL box would be good for if we would open it up to like a more community server,
yeah,
like a forever server type deal.
yeah. Like I do, I like the idea
The thing is,
of it
hmm
existing. Some people get attached to.
basically, here's an issue that I had with Pokemon, okay? Is
Mm-hmm.
I was able to upload a lot of my Pokemon to Pokemon Home, right? Well,
She's here, my love.
oh. So I was able to upload a lot of my Pokemon to Pokemon Home. Unfortunately, that means that as soon as I was able to access the boxes, um, as soon as I was able to access the Pokemon boxes, I just pulled them in, and it made beating the game like really fucking easy. Like there was no challenge at all. Like, can you imagine
Yeah,
if I'm like level 1 and I have Ryuma with me?
but even if because you're level one, it scales to level one. It's just like it's got great stats. It's got great
Nyafia, they're
skills.
they're level 52, just so you know, experience wise. Um,
Okay, that's good to know. We'll get to kill extras because there's a few on this
yeah,
arena.
it's fine. 53.
Some things are just not great for
Yeah.
experience.
The Lylene's fantastic for experience. But yeah, that's the last of my gloopy, so I'm gonna head back to my base and do
Nice.
some more compressing.
Another thing that's fantastic for experience is if you go around to the level 70 island bosses,
Oh.
they are fantastic.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
Like you are looking at like high 60s to 70 level range for just from one kill.
That for summer.
Oh, summer, school's out forever.
Alright, let's see what we got. Oh my lord. I don't even know if I need to continue breeding gloopies. That's where I'm at right now. I don't know because it's really close.
Mm, mm. Yeah, I keep
I
breeding
got
my
a
zombie.
huge mutated egg. What came in the huge mutated egg? A memorized crest. Okay.
Younger school's out. Mm, mm, mm.
Oh my god, I forgot I had all these. Shit. Okay.
Yeah, I need to do some compressing. That's what I want to do.
Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 of my 20 gloopies are 4-starred.
Nice.
And 1 is a 2-star. So I do still need more gloopies. Okay. I also need chillets. Project Ignis. I'm in a plane. I'm on a highway to hell. Some people might think it's really silly for me to make chillets and gloopies the party thing, but the thing is like, I am putting forth the effort to actually make them good.
Yeah. Okay, so the Grintail has a 75% chance at 4-star to a duplicate egg.
Okay.
That's really nice.
Yeah. I should catch more grin tails then. I don't want to breed them.
Yeah. They spawn on the in the wetlands, the Sakujima wetlands during the day.
Okay.
It's the only spot on the map they spawn during the day.
Okay.
They spawn all over the early game area during the night though.
Okay. Trying to get my chillets moved over so I can figure out who needs to be compressed into. I don't think I've compressed nearly as many chillets. Coming down.
Raloha. I need more Ralohas. I think I need to breed Ralohas.
A highway to hell. Just realized I could probably sort by number, like favorite number.
Oh yes, yeah.
I'm already almost done with it.
I think for my raid team, I'm gonna set them as 3. So I can just sort by 3.
You know what? Honestly, that's probably for the best. Yeah, I'll do the same. Is
Nice, how's a return from their expedition?
that mine?
Possibly mine. Were you doing Faybreak?
Yeah.
It's one of ours. It might be Sims though. His could be returning. Ooh. Replace this. Reading one.
Actually, hold on, I can check.
Male reading one.
I don't think mine came back because I do have some of mine are crossed out. Weird ones are crossed out though. Oh, never mind. I have a lot crossed out. So. Okay. Yeah, mine's not back yet. That was yours.
Okay.
Celine, let's go. Celine, let's go. Oh my god, I'm never gonna be in a fucking rush with trying to get on Celine because every time I try and ride my mount, it takes 10 minutes for me to get on her.
Yeah, it's just a non-host thing. If you're not the host, that happens.
Is that happening to you all the time?
Not all the time, but a fair chunk of the time. Oh, it's not my one. Mine was not back yet.
Oh.
Cool.
Weird. I want these precious entrails. I guess I can.
Mm-hmm.
64, 64, 64. Sweet home Alabama. Skies are so blue. Home Alabama. Lord, I'm coming home to you.
What am I hearing that's doubling? Does the piano in that song double at the end of it? At the end of that song, did the piano just like double up?
I don't think so.
Just hearing double for a bit. Oh well. What should I? Magic oil production. Ancient or relic recycle? Okay, no, that's fine. Pal, nothing. Storage, nothing more. Food, ancient farm needs. Okay. Yeah, let's check all the stuff. Highest. Clinic. Needs Wild Tree Holy Water. Wild Tree Holy Water for that too. Ah, yes, the Witch's Cauldron. The Witch Cauldron improves medicine production speed. Cool.
Ugh.
Oh wow! 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 I'm excited to see what they do with this game.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Oh, yeah. Do I have the last one of these research? Cool. We are getting the max rewards we can from expeditions
Good.
based off of research.
Okay. Well, consider as it tells me I get like 110% from my expeditions.
Yeah, the only way to increase that is by increasing your expedition the percentage.
Oh,
The expedition percentage is based off of the power of the pals you send. So it is actually good to level up other pals.
yeah. Well, I'm working on it. I'm working to level up my raid bosses at least.
Yeah. My one's done. Can carbon fiber. I'm gonna get the last two expedition time reductions done then
Okay.
as well. Needs a lot of carbon fiber because of course.
I just need all the fucking ancient cores. There's so many things I want to make, and ancient cores are my holdup. You know?
Yep. That's why I wanted to get them. We can try more raids, raid bosses.
Yeah.
What are other ways to get ancient cores? Expeditions, raid bosses. I feel like there's another one. High level oil rigs, I think. I'm E. I should be asleep. Oh my god.
Oh my
Jesse's
gosh.
become E.
Eee.
Yo, Jesse. You will be missed. You will be remembered as E. Oh, you woke up.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
How
Can
tired
we
are you?
can we
Really?
run a raid, but all I pull in are my shadow group? Hold on. Who's it against? Hold on.
Yes. Just give me a
Noir.
second to get my carbon fiber
I need to make
reduction.
sure this is the team that I want it to be against too. So hold on.
3 a.m. Ooh. My condolences, Jesse. I'm sorry you were burdened by the awake. So many.
Dragon and Fire are the ones for Bellinar. Damn it! My chillets aren't ready.
Yeah, my Jormuntides aren't ready either.
It says Jormuntide Ignis is especially good for Libero because it's Dragon Fire.
Yes, because phase 2, I did read that it changes to an ice type at phase 2. That's why we're doing less damage when it hits phase 2.
Yeah.
but at the
Well,
same time,
yeah.
we can.
And that's why I got Chillet, because Chillet's gonna be Dragonfire. Chillet's Dragonfire, that's why I picked it.
That is really nice.
Alright, let me come over here.
Mm, mm. Pardon be thou of mineness.
Ever
The
disgusting.
Well, you're welcome to just hang out and vibe, Jesse, until you get tired enough to sleep again. Yes. Yeah. I'm starting to get Jorman tides with all three of the passives I'm on, and I'm not too fussed about their like as long as their levels are okay in their stats.
Yeah.
I'm more wanting just the passives for what I'm doing.
Oh, that reminds me, I gotta go through and swap out a bunch of passives on my. It's gonna be expensive.
Yep. I think that's another thing raids will be good with getting money.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna go sell off what I got to sell, and then with that money, I'm gonna go try to swap out the passives for at least my um. I'll do it for my Chillet team, and then I could raise the Chillet team, and then we can run raids with my Chillet team. I just have to level
Yep.
them. Technically
Yeah.
speaking, they all have to get to 4 stars too, but we're not there yet.
That's okay.
I don't have. I'm
I
working on
don't.
it.
I don't wanna fall asleep 'cause I miss you, babe, and I don't wanna miss a thing. The sweetest dream I'll never do, 'cause I still miss you,
I'm gonna have
baby.
700, almost 780,000 gold.
Let me get some
I
money
might
for
be
you.
alright for a minute. Like it's gonna go so fast.
I don't know why I keep going back to my workshop. I want to
Your
condense
heart
health. I should probably build a
beating
condenser at my workshop just so I can do it even if I'm not at my breeding farm.
you're dreaming, wondering if it's me you're seeing. Right.
I don't think any of these are great. What's my breeding pair of? They are in. Is there a male that's better than that? Probably. Yeah, you're already better.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm so glad I made a second incubator. Just like this, I just wanna hold you close and just stay right in this moment for all the rest of time. Yeah, don't wanna close my eyes. I don't wanna fall asleep 'cause I miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing. 'Cause even when I dream of you, the sweetest dream would never do. I'd still miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing. I don't wanna close your eyes. I don't
Mutated
wanna
egg.
fall asleep 'cause
Oh, I
I
did the
miss you,
duplicate.
baby. And I
Yeah.
don't wanna miss a thing.
Dream of you.
Just thing we'll never do. I'd still miss you, baby. And I don't wanna miss a thing. Alright, let's start with number 1.
80, 91, 20.
1,
Damn.
3, 2. All right, 1, 2, 3. I'm doing a number order so I can keep track. All right, let's see. What do you got? Dainty Eater and Serious. Not very helpful for a fighting pal. Let's go ahead and put in Brave. Give all 3 of these Brave. Okay. Let's see. Next is gonna be Hard Skin. Let's go ahead and by default get all of them at least Hard Skin and Brave. Or so happy together. I can't see me loving nobody but you for all my life. When you're with me, baby, the skies will be blue for all my life. And you for me, so happy together. I can't stand
Let me build this. Gonna build another one.
We got
Another
to
one can take.
be the only one for you, and you for me. So
Jamming
happy
out Lucy.
together. Yeah.
We got all our emotes now.
Be together.
There's more emotes I want to add, but I need more emote slots.
Together. Together. Brave. I love that this particular chili Ignis has not only fit as a fiddle, so increase max stamina by 25%, but infinite stamina, so increase max stamina by 50%.
Nice. Okay. The last expedition speed increase is being researched now.
Okay, I'm about to run over really quick. 1, 2, and 3. 2, 5. Okay, 6. Alright, I'm gonna run over. I just realized it's nighttime, so I can finally knocked. And I will love you. baby.
baby.
Oh,
Always
that
and
I'll
I'll
be
be
there
there
forever.
forever.
I'll be. Um,
Be there till the stars don't shine, till the heavens burst, and the words don't rhyme. You are my side, baby.
Ow. 64, 64, 64. That's what I thought. The line, these, I'm like the best bot to just grind these, just level these guys up really fast. Line lanes give so much experience. Glad I don't live next to that splatterina. Oh, you there, understand. I'm just mistakes. I'm just a man. Really close when I hold you near. You say the words you've been meaning to hear.
To the
The
end of
time
time,
that I will
we
love
love
you,
you,
baby.
baby.
6, 6,
Oh,
9.
and I'll be there forever.
Uh,
Oh, ah, oh, mm,
uh,
mm,
I got if you
if you tell me to die
take
for you,
I
I
would.
will. Mm, 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 mm. There's no
Alright, you can have musclehead. I don't give a shit. No, your work speed's gonna decrease.
Oh no. Okay, I'll do have both of them. This should let me. I think it's the normal at this space, but
Will love you,
baby. Oh, be there till the stars don't shine, till the heavens burst, and the words don't run out of time. And I love you. Oh, lovely, yeah. The bell. Mm. Mm. And the breeding pair for lollipops.
Fillets are all have brave and hard skin and have removed all the negative ones, negative traits. So I'm going to do the same thing to Shadow Guard. Just remove negative, replace with brave and hard skin, and then I'll go back and actually add something actually good once I figure out how much money I got. But at the very least, it's like
What are you doing on the floor, Muffly? You're not supposed to be down there. La, 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 la.
I wish I could lock boxes.
Yeah, same. You just favorite. Yeah. Yakimo killed someone. Nice. These guys are leveling up at a decent pace.
1, 5, 6.
The bulldozer. Where? Fuck, so many of them died.
That's why I had to go around and level up my base pals. I'm not saying I did it to all of them. I don't think I did it to the chickens, which I need to do because they keep dying.
Mm. Mm. Oh yeah, we need to go to Wildlife Sanctuary number 3 for a quest
And
to get a pal that we don't have, that we need to show off to someone.
no, we need to go to Wildlife Sanctuary 2.
Oh, that's one. That one's at 2.
The kitsune?
Yes. Oh, we need to go 3 for ancient bones.
Yeah.
I believe. Yeah.
You know what? I bet that the XP thing is really helped out by the fact that I have this bell. Growth
Mhm.
acceleration bell raises XP. That probably helps a little bit.
Yeah, I've got that on as well. It's definitely gonna help a bit. Not me guard.
I'm so glad that my Shadow Guard is waterproof.
Yippee!
I like calling the Shadow Guard in Project Ignis.
They are good
It
gloopy,
helps
yeah.
differentiate them from other gloopies that are there. Because otherwise it's just gloopy, gloopy. Which one's the good gloopy? 10, 11.
So he stayed in the ball, which means you get captured and don't die.
I'm saying. So many things could survive if they just stayed in the ball.
Okay, got a couple of huge mutated eggs again. Wait, what? Oh, I put them in the chest. Whoops.
But they for 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15.
The Dromatide scum. Let me go by dragon type. You're just getting on the raid team because you're 100, 100, 100. These are just the rude ones now.
Thank you, Lucy. I will hydrate. Yes, I am very much locked in. Thank you.
Alphas, okay. Only alphas with all three of those
I like being locked in.
stats.
It's fun. This
Or
is where I live, man. Basically, I want to go through and figure out what's going to be the best passives for these guys. And then, well, for what I could do now, right? The cheap, I can afford this, right? Oh my God, I'm so low on gold already, dude. But I'm very close to at least getting all these, the basic. Oh my God, am I going to be able to make it? I'm not going to be able to afford it. I have 2 more to do. And I've used 700 and some change thousand.
fuck, you've had a nice stockpile of gold.
Well, yeah, I used.
You knew you needed it. We
I
gotta
knew I
do
was
this.
going to need it, yeah.
Yeah.
So each one, let's say 20, 39, 38 times 2. Alexa, 38 times 2? 76 times 10,000. That's how much I've just spent.
Nice. Okay. Search by.
And I still need to do 2 more. It's just 2 more. Can I do? Bow, 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 bow. And that's not even the 50 ones. That's just 10s. Okay, I need to go sell some more things. I'm gonna go sell Lucy. He said he wants to help. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I mean, if you want to help that hard, yeah.
Another mutated egg. Those are always just curious. I'm always just curious about them.
Enjoying jamming out, Lucy?
Little ain't got love. Little ain't got love. Crazy little ain't got love. The next one, this one right here. Boom, 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 boom. Da, 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 da. Why it's sometimes easier to just breed for the passives, but or it's a lot cheaper to breed for the passive. Oh, buddy. How much wheat we got now? You guys been still going through wheat like crazy? Oh yeah. I'll sell these 2 stacks and I'll sell majority of this stack of tomatoes. I'm gonna sell all these potatoes. I'm gonna sell all these carrots. Sell half this milk. Half this flour. Yeah, that should do. I have to get me a merchant.
Just so you can sell on your base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to walk all the way to the back of this fucking camp. Sell this fucker. I weigh 17,071 pounds. I'm so strong. Hey, but you know what I can do is I can talk to that other guy and tell him, hey, I finally killed over 100 bosses. There we go. Now I have 418,000 again. I'm sitting on money. It's just in food form. If I get the horse going again, the Celestier knocked,
Oh yeah?
I could just be selling wood.
I'm coming to you quickly.
Where are you going? Okay.
Oh, you're well.
Okay.
I just have some spares of these.
Look at this. This is the face of a warrior. Oh, thank you.
I have no idea how close you are. Wow. Look ready to murder. Yeah. I have no idea how
I actually think I'm gonna put the Celestier knockback on that thing.
close you are to the max work speed increase, but I just keep getting them whenever I do dungeons, so
What's a Vomk? What's a Vomk?
absolute vomp. I don't know.
The made up word. It's not real.
A made up person.
He's made up. You're made up. We're all made up.
I'll just destroy that guy. I am made of up. done this messenger a lot, or are you a wandering one? Okay, I have done her.
Where the fuck is it? Am I blind?
Blinded by the light. Oh wait, I don't need to worry about. Wait, no, I do need to worry about full damage. I don't.
I know I have 2 Celestier knocks. One is out. Where is the other one? Oh, here it is. I'm so dumb.
That Relaxosaurus locks wanted to die. It could have just stayed in the ball, but good Verda. I'm doing some of the treasure maps I had.
Oh, nice. I've got some of those too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I think
6,
they got
7,
good
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. I'm parent. Huh. Brave.
To Blave. That sounded like you said Blave.
Said brave.
Oh, Blave. Break on to the other side.
All right. To brave.
Ooh, a power fruit.
Right now. Over me. All right.
Funny just seeing people get way overkilled. They die in like the first hit of a beam, and the beam just continues.
Mm-hmm.
I give no fucks.
I like the moonbeam that my moon bitch does.
Oh,
Look, hold on. I'll show you.
what damage type is she again?
Normal. I think it's normal dark. Yeah, normal
Ooh.
dark. Neutral dark. Okay. So I'm gonna where are you at?
I am in the volcano, trying to treasure hunt.
Oh, never mind. I was gonna show you the cool moonbeam. It's literally in the shape of a moon.
Oh, that's cute.
Mm-hmm.
Is it like a her specific skill?
No. Yep. Celine's exclusive skill stores energy in the moon on its back, then fires a crescent-shaped beam forward.
Oh, that's cool.
It's
Yeah,
like
that one's
it's like a normal beam, like everybody else's, but it's just in the shape of a moon.
that is cool.
Mm-hmm. Eggs in here. Okay, can we just like
Another one looks Finally hearing from mom's the puppy that had eye surgery is doing good and the new one is sweet and shy. Aww. I'm I'm glad. I'm glad the puppy's
I'm
doing good.
glad to. How are you doing, Hop? I saw you join the Discord. That tickled me pink. I was so happy about that.
Yeah, she turned pink. While we're sleeping, laying down having a nap, she got tickled for something and just turned pink.
I'll kick his ass. I don't know why he insists on making fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you. You got tickled pink. You even said it yourself.
He's got to learn Southern expressions.
I know that expression. Just being silly.
Kick his ass.
Oh no, my ass. It's gonna have a foot in it.
I think I can. I've got enough money to be able to give another 10K one. I just got to figure out what I want to do.
Need to get this.
And I forgot to make another bed for Celestia. Celestia or not. I love my workshop. I might have to climb up 17 flights of stairs to get to the top, but I love it.
It's all that
I'm
matters.
not even annoyed by it because it's just like, oh, this is so pretty.
That's literally the only important thing is that you love it. After we do
Every once in a while, while I'm running up there, I see a Blazemut running down. So Blazemuts are just like, okay, I'm done with my nap.
Yeah, after we do the raid, I might explore the schematic towers in the Sky Island.
Okay.
See if there's any cool schematics we can get from there.
I also have a way, like, it's really stupid. Okay. So if I'm at the top of my tower, I have this centerpiece here. So I can just open it up. It's got a door. And I can close the door and I could just fall down. So I don't have to walk down all the stairs. Does it take over half my health? Yes. But it worth it. It saves me like 30 seconds.
Important 30 seconds have been saved. Inky?
Okay. Now it's time to see what passives are available for 10K that would work for my boss babies. Your mom feels bad because the other day she got a new puppy after the other one needed eye surgery, so now Sue keeps having to stop them from playing. Oh, poor thing.
I imagine that's she, but yeah.
I don't know her. I just assumed his mom's name was Sue. That's literally
What
how
you
I
did?
perceived it.
I literally had to look at my keyboard and was like, ah, the U's next to the H. Maybe it's just a. But yeah,
Move speed, stamina.
yeah, it was she.
Well, damn.
Let's
I
go.
thought for sure. All right, let's see.
Uh, Fortunately, yeah, it's
Well,
Barnes always make you feel like you have fat fingers. Oh my god, your mum's got a stripper
is it
name?
Candy? I have an Aunt Candy. I can't say anything, but she's like opposite of a stripper.
Holier than thou.
Yeah, well, she acts like it.
Crystal, ooh.
Oh, that's my mom's best friend's name. They've been best friends since they were in kindergarten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. That was pretty chill, but definitely not a stripper. Yeah. My mom's name is Stacy, so I get the whole Stacy's mom has got it going on song. but like it's my grandma. So I tell my grandma, Stacy's mom has got it going on, and she's like, yeah. She's like, yeah, I do.
Aiko's grandma's got it going on.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. I burped.
Blessed be thou burping.
Weirdo.
Yes. I am the dough that is weird.
So Pernelia has 10, 8, 6, 10. Irrelevant.
Okay, if I take these skill fruits.
I am Iron Man.
You're Iron Man? Oh my god. I'm married to a superhero. Yes.
All right, I think I have to. Thank you, Hop, for the sub. Welcome in. I don't know why I said it like that. I was wrong.
Welcome in, you're new.
Never met you before in my life. Thank you for the sub. I'm sorry. I say welcome in usually if somebody follows me, and my brain broke there for a second.
Thank you for the stubby. The
Who the hell are you? Thanks for the follow. Sunshine, lollipops, and rainbows. Everything is wonderful, is what I feel when we're together. What?
Subscribe before follow? Or was it just a follow?
Oh my god, yeah, he unfollowed me just to follow me again. It said subscribed and then followed. I love that. You're my most recent follow. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, welcome in, Hop. I appreciate the subscription. I can say it. He's like, it's okay, don't be embarrassed. I got you. Follow and follow again. I got distracted. I was like, what the fuck is I doing? I need to go get my bounties because I need to unlock a new skill. I could put ferocious on there. I could, but I just want to see what's available. And ferocious is expensive. Well, I mean, anything that I get there is going to be expensive.
I got
I wish I could put musclehead on things.
Musclehead, yeah, it's 50k. All the ones you can buy are 50k.
Oh, is
So
musclehead an option to buy?
Musclehead is an option, yep.
Why would I use? Oh yeah, wait.
You have to
Oh
buy
yeah,
it
that's
though.
right, because it's better than it is better than ferocious.
Yeah, it's an extra 10%, but it destroys work
That's
speed.
fine, because I don't care about that. They don't need work speed. Yeah, I'll get that. Musclehead will be fucking great.
So the ones you can get, okay, Wellness Watcher, which is player stamina
I ain't worried about
consumption.
that.
Motivational Leader,
Okay,
which is player Vanguard
I
player.
ain't worried about that.
Noble,
They're not going in my party. They're not going in my party. So
yeah, that doesn't matter. Serenity, attack and active skill cooldown reduction. Doesn't matter. Burly Body, 20% defense and immune to flinch. Apparently that's really good for raids. Well, the Diamond Body is really good for raids. The Burly Body is the lower one of it.
yeah,
Musclehead is like the best one you can get from that merchant.
yeah. All right, I'm gonna go to this guy. I don't remember how many bounties I need. 15, I think. Do I need 15 or 50, 20, 30, 10? I'm still gonna have to sell a lot of things, which is why I put Celestia knock back on the wood. Let's see. Wellness Watcher, Burly Body, Muscle Head. Yeah, Muscle Head. Okay. Then I'll use the rest to get some money. And by the rest, I mean that one more. 2,000. Woo! All right. I'm gonna go now see what ones are available at the arena. Like, so I remember where the fuck it is.
Yeah.
Serenity. I don't know what Serenity does. Why does it not tell me what it does? Infinite Stamina, Runner, Reload Master, Healing Coach, Noble, and Ace Swimmer.
Serenity is 10% attack increase, 15% skill cooldown reduction.
Ooh.
Serenity is a good one.
I'll get that. I'm probably not going to prioritize that one right now. If I get like money later, what I am going to do is I'm going to go level up my chillets.
Yeah, so basically Serenity, you can stack like skill cooldown reductions.
Yeah.
And then just like have ability spammers.
Now I want this treasure map. I want to do the treasure map. Where that went? The treasure map. I also realized I'm going to need even more chillets than I thought I did because I still haven't 4-starred all my chillets at the base. I was looking at them and I was like, oh shit, I don't even think any of them's 4 stars. I think they're like 3 stars. I think I got one that's 3 stars.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you need so many to get them all up. I have now got a second for stallions, so I can start breeding them.
Good. Is it good?
2 greens and a white.
Hmm.
Um,
Still, I think your hundreds will cancel it out.
yeah. 80, 86, 69. Nice. It's actually, it's decent.
Sort by that.
And
Come over here. Compress. I only had 2 gloopies. Okay.
oh. One really stupid thing is I was looking up in the one of the updated like weapon tier lists,
Yeah.
and it's so out of date.
Is it?
It's so badly out of date. Like half the weapons aren't even listed on there. All the weapons that are on there are like the shitty variants and not like the upgraded variants.
I found a weapon tier list that had a compound bow listed as S tier, and I'm sitting here going like, There's so many things above compound bow, though.
Yeah, they're also out of date. Like, it had the pump shotgun as SS tier, but didn't have the energy shotgun at all on the list. It's like, what?
I might make the energy shotgun. Because I like shotguns. I don't know. Will it give me the same satisfaction? I hesitate to make it and it not be. There's literally a bow that's above the compound bow. Oh yeah, there is. Yeah, I forgot
Yeah,
about
there's
that.
Master.
You're right. That one is
Yeah.
powerful.
Mm-hmm. That is deserving of like highest rank.
Yeah. Did you see how much damage it does?
Yeah, it does.
20,000.
20,000.
Oh my god, I could make it right now.
That's
All I have to do is make 3 AI cores.
That's just the
I say I have to make it right now, but I need 3 AI cores. Like, that's fucking easy.
That's just the base.
Yeah.
Like, if you were to get the legendary schematic version of it.
Right?
That's what I'm trying to grind with the charge rifle is
2,
the charge rifle schematic.
6, 12. Oh, were you looking at a different one? Is there another bow above the compound bow? Okay, so this mechanical bow is fucking amazing. What's the other bow of the compound bow?
Oh, mechanical bow is even
Advanced
above that.
bow?
Yeah. Advanced bow is in the SS tier list. It doesn't even list the
Oh,
mechanical
here,
bow
I
there.
didn't see that. I've been using a compound bow for so long. But now I'm making the mechanical bow. That shit's amazing. And I got some arrows when I went to it's not a lot of arrows. But the arrows aren't expensive.
Yeah, but like the tier list lists the
The arrows are
advanced
literally
bow as in SS, but there's a mechanical bow now, and it says it's been updated for 1.0, but it's a lie. That is not the way I want to go.
let's see. Oh, it's not over here. It'll probably be in the Oh, it's gonna be in this freaking workbench, isn't it? Let's see.
Like, it doesn't even have any of the Tides of Terraria weapons listed.
Oh my god, babe.
Hmm?
I have a mechanical bow thing. It's uncommon. It's not rare, but it's uncommon one. It costs exactly the same except for some ancient civ parts,
Yeah.
and it does 21,000 damage.
Yep.
And the arrows only cost Soralite ingots, I believe.
It's so easy to make at this point.
Yeah.
Um.
Those are actually easier to make than the other arrows I was making whenever I was back there. Yeah, they just cost Soralite ingots. Shit. That's amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna try and make. Alright, I need to get this bitch over here. Excuse me, can you guys please work on this stuff over here, please?
It looks like the mechanical bow schematic is from a lot of like Sky Island.
I'm gonna put this old bow away now because I'm excited to make the new bow. I've been using the compound bow for so long.
Yeah, the Sky Island chests have a lot of the have the mechanical bow schematic. So if you want to just grind those chests,
Okay.
and like Sky Island
You
dungeon
said the Sky Island what has mechanical bow? Chest? Just
chest,
chest? Okay.
just chest dungeons.
Alright. I can do that. I will. I'll just fly around actually. I'll bring some chillets with me.
Ooh. Yeah, I need to grind the Terraria. The Terraria dungeon.
So I just walk around getting. That sounds amazing. I'm gonna get some. And while I'm doing this too, I'll also wind up picking up more mechanical arrows
Mm-hmm.
and fancy balls. I have
Fancy.
zero reason to like like everything. Like I really want to do this. This is a really good use of my time. Up my window. It's not so bad. It's not so bad.
I need to check.
Oh shoot! I forgot I had a treasure chest. I was like, oh, a chest. It's a mimic. Yeah, y'all had. I had to take so many drugs yesterday. Why? I'm not like shocked why. It's just like I want to know why. Oh my gosh! No, you get your ass back here. We're gonna be friends. Come here. It's a snock. Oh my god. I love him. They're trying to hit me. They're so cute. Ah! No, stop. Stop trying to hit me. Look, we can be friends. We can be friends.
Okay. Your pals at base were about 3/4 of your base were injured and depressed for some reason. They could have starved.
Oh, make so many drugs. I heard take so many drugs. Now I have two snocks. They're so cute.
I think the reasons they would get damaged or any of that is either they started starving,
Yeah.
you got attacked by something really strong, or
I don't know. I honestly don't know.
the other thing that can do it is
Thank you for giving me the best
if
day
your
of my life.
workload is too high, if they're doing too much.
Make sure you got sanity things. Like make a clinic, make them a little bath thing they can sit in. If you got the beta wave thingy, do that. Literally, I've got so many things to reduce sanity. And also, this
Yeah.
also, if they have passives that make it to where, like unstable makes it to where, like, you can have everything fucking perfect and they're still gonna be like, oh, can't. That's why Octavia's crazy, because like she was like, I was like, I'm literally not telling you what to do at all. You get to pick your tasks. And she's like, I'm so stressed out. What did I get? Oh, I got a ring. A Blaze Hall ring schematic. What's that do?
Not sure.
Oh, I just
If
realized I
your
can go inside these things.
if your feeder thing is set to only accept food, they won't put the like berries or anything in it. So if it only accepts food, it has to be like crafted food rather than just the base. Ooh,
Seafood pasta, 12,000 gold.
I got a life crystal.
Really? That's awesome.
Yeah, it gave a permanent boost to HP.
Ooh, I got a mechanical bow schematic. It's common, but I have my little thing. Light. Move. I am, excuse me. I do not want to fight you. I just want schematics. E Cool. I'm GTFO. Oh shoot, of course I chose the one fucking building that doesn't have an exit on the top floor.
You might be able to just like destroy part of the wall to get to it.
I don't know. Doesn't look like it.
Here.
That's fine. I can walk out the front door. It's just gotta walk all the way back down. And now we're gonna go to the next building. Bwahaha. Let's go, Celine.
Yippee, Celine. I don't know why there's a chest here and then a wall behind it you can break, but then nothing in.
I guess it's technically not here. Here. Alright, where's the next ones? They're not exactly marked on the map. They were at one point. If I was smart, I'd have marked them.
One more, that's fine.
Do you want a combat SMG schematic?
Not particularly.
Alright. I was curious. I've got. It's a rare one.
Oh, nice. Okay, that's the end.
I want the world to see me, 'cause I don't think that they'd understand. And everything's made to be broken. I just want you to know. Yeah, who's this boss over here? Oh my god. It's a boss knock. It's a boss knock. Level of those chillets. Yeah, alright. Let's go, snack. Oh, oh, I feel really bad. That thing died in one hit. Hey, but the chillet's at level 66 now, so.
Another Terror Prism. A couple of Terror Prism schematics.
I want to go get this, treasure map.
Brum, brum, brum.
This looks so nasty.
Wonder how, I wonder why.
Mm, I'm blind. Didn't that just say it was in front of me? Oh, it was behind me. Oh, there it is. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Can't prove it. Ow. Let's go check on the eggs and we'll come back. Actually, let's go to the base real quick, then we'll swap those out and then we'll go check on the eggs. How many AI cores can I make? 2, because I have 2 thermal cores. Okay, I need so many ancient civilization cores. But I'm gonna... Foxpark seems to be struggling with the task.
I wonder how. I wonder why. Foxpark struggling to keep its eyes. I don't know.
The dark side of me.
That's how.
What?
That's how. They run out of food. I've been making cakes for so long they ate it all.
Jeez. I'm not worried about food. This is the one thing I'm not worried about. My chillets are amazing and they cook so fucking fast.
Okay, I'm gonna transfer over the 4,000 salads I made at my other base.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I split all my salads that I make between 3 bases. The breeding base, the workshop base, and the base that makes the materials for the salad. Keep the salad makers happy. They'll make more salad. So I have 3 compound bow schematic. Not compound bow, that's not what I want. I have 2 mechanical bow schematics. I have to pee so bad.
I'm Galmayev. These are the results of the hydration. Wow. Yeah.
This is the second time that I have liked the game so much that I've dedicated something for it.
The last time was what, R?
Yep. But here's the thing. 'Cause I didn't know anything about servers or dedicated servers or anything like that. So my way of getting a dedicated server, which by the way did not fucking work, we wound up joining somebody else's server because we couldn't figure it out. What we did is because we were playing on Xbox, was we bought another Xbox. So we had a 3 Xbox setup where one was supposed to be running the game and the other 2 we could play off of, but it was not good. It was not good. It didn't really work. Pleasure my pain. From me like a squirt of dick. Get ugh. Ammo. I will take those arrows. Here's the thing though. I might have to wind up stealing some cores from me if I want to make this bow.
That's
Because
fine.
I can make 2 ancient cores, right? Which is enough for me to make the bow from the schematic I have now. However, if I combine it to make it an upgraded, then it's going to be more. But I guess it really depends on how much extra damage it does. We'll see. To the breeding base really quick, and then we're going to check them out, combine them if needed. Also, I forgot that we bought things so we can give them another upgrade. Roses in bloom. Oh shit, I'm not even holding my egg party. Whatever. Wasting cake. I got a cryolinks, that's fun. I didn't think I had one of those yet. Huge for an egg. Will be fun. Nice. Of course it was, because it's the same one I picked up. It got double for Mayo's. Yeah. Wait.
Yeah.
My cryoling says idiosyncratic and internal engine.
Nice.
I don't know.
What's your cryolinks being used for? Just
Nothing. I just got it out of an egg.
ah. Oh, it was a mutated egg.
Yeah.
Okay. It's very easy to spot the depressors at night in the Sky Island.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, actually, any effigy at night here is very easy to spot.
Oh, effigy. I thought you were just seeing a bunch of fucking
Depressed
depressos
pals.
around. Not depressed pals in general, just the depressos. I'm gonna go back to the Sky Island. I want to get this treasure chest first because it's bothering me on my map.
Yeah.
Really? Okay, apparently my treasure is on Sunlit Isle.
What, schematic tower? Sunlit Isle? Where's Sunlit Isle?
It's a tiny little island. It's one of the tiny little island things.
Oh, yes. I've had a couple on the small islands. I've had a couple of treasure chests, purple quality treasure chests, next to your base,
That doesn't
next to
surprise me.
Sakurajima.
This game so much.
Hmm. Disposable implants, Swift. Oh,
What?
I just got a Swift disposable implant.
Oh. Nice. I just
Um,
got applied cooling handbook and a semi-auto shotgun schematic ×2 or 2 × 1. What? It's when it's raining. Why not? Come over here. Is this electric? That's
heck in
electric.
the
That's not gonna help me.
That's this one. Mastery of fasting disposable implant. Sphere.
I'm gonna go ahead and start giving my pals my chillets. Because that's gonna be the first raid boss pals I'll do. Is the chillets.
Yeah.
So I want to put them in first. And I'm going to give them their upgraded thingies. You guys want muscle headed? You guys muscle headed.
I still need to catch the dead dragon.
The 3 done.
Still trying to keep my eye out for dungeons on the Sky Island.
That's fine.
If I ever find one, I'm marking on the map.
I'm more likely to encounter dragon damage or dark damage against the Belenoir. What is Belenoir?
Eleanor is pure dark.
Okay, cool. So one of the good passives that these chillets have already come with, I didn't even have to touch it, is Cheery. 10% decrease in incoming dark damage.
Oh, yeah, that is good.
Mm-hmm.
The other type of damage is ice. She turns to ice
Okay.
later, which
Yeah.
by pure nature of being a fire power, it does
Yeah.
reduce damage.
I don't think that's right either. So hold on. 1, 2, 3. Six. Oh, need more money.
Aha, okay, that is cool.
Hmm.
I was wondering if that was the case, but when you get to the top of the tower, you can destroy the wooden planks on the Sky Island. Like the wooden walls.
Oh, okay. Oh, are you taking after the towers now?
I just did one tower.
I was gonna do the chest so I can get that the bow schematics.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just mostly running around doing the other chests, like the world chests. I'm trying to find the dungeons.
Okay.
Uh, Was one
multitask
shower
here. I'm
to
also doing my eggs,
out.
so.
Oh. This is sealed one. What I grabbed.
She's gone.
Tommy, why are you grumbling? I'm not hungry. Are you hungry, Tommy?
Sunshine, when she's gone, it always gone too long. The time she goes away.
Okay. I haven't found any like potential entrance points to double.
Sunshine, when she's gone, she's always time she goes away. What do I have to sell? No, I know. Song. I know, 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 I know. Sorry.
Fucking no!
I know!
I know everything! I know everything! Oh, cool, you even get a mechanical bow ammo from the the salvage things on the ground.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Ooh.
I said
See?
that.
I know! I know, it's first discovery by me, I know.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
It's right here for the
You
kicking.
deserve death.
Death?
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty extreme, but deserved, I guess.
It's like the mansplaining thing, you know? It's like I told you.
Yeah, you might have told me, but was I paying attention? Obviously not at that point.
It's the only option.
I don't know, Snuggles could be an option too, but... Snuggles? Kisses. Got it.
These fucking wood. Bunch of wood. No.
Nice work, singer person. You were looking for a job and then you found a job. Nice. Oh, what's that?
Now I'm gonna slowly walk over to this merchant so I can have more money to put fucking passive skills into things.
And the portal that we hadn't found yet. It's up on one of the higher floating islands.
Oh shit. I'm so glad that there's that thing that where if you hit them once, that's not gonna bother them. Because I just straight up took my sword to an arrogant pal critic. Like directly to the fucking face.
Oh, I mean, Sith fell for being arrogant. Move to a different altar, let's go. Where will this take me? Tummy grumble. Maybe I am getting hungry. But I don't feel hungry. Oh, cool. Yeah.
Whoa, buddy. Guess how much a stack of sulfur sells for?
A full stack? How much? Oh, like 20k?
299,970.
A bit more than 20k.
Yeah.
Hmm.
10,000 sulfur for 299,970. Holy shit.
Well, I'm curious how much ore sells for. I've got like fucking 90k.
Yeah, I just sold a bunch of ore. I wasn't paying. It didn't register to me the way the sulfur did.
Okay, so nothing crazy.
Back to the breeding thing really quick so I can finish putting these implants in. 900. Oh, I don't know. I don't have that much Sorelite though. And I need it right now too, so I'm not selling that at the moment.
I might have a full stack.
Sorelite?
Maybe. It's
find
been
out.
going for a while. I don't have a killing power. Silent. Can't even make it yet, but you got multiple stacks of the ore. Ah, you got the mining laser and you're going mining. Okay, let's return here later. Okay, let me see how much sorrelite I've got. I imagine it's a lot more than sulfur. That's just my guess, because it's a later material.
Well, I wouldn't have thought sulfur sold for that much.
Sorrelite. Okay. Oh, sorrelite ore. Let me sell. I have a full stack of solarite ore.
Okay, go find out how much it
Okay.
costs. It sells for. Because okay, so a stack of sulfur almost just under 300,000.
And I do not have any cell modifier pals on me right now.
Oh, neither did I.
Yeah, none of these modify any of that. I am so low.
Yeah.
50k. Wait. You are right about us needing to
Yeah, I'll get one for the base.
yeah. Got no rhythm.
All right, time for me to add the exact same thing, but on the gloopies.
I might catch this wandering merchant after I sell to him.
Oh, you found a Warlord merchant? Oh, you mean in the camp?
Yeah,
Oh, you're
in
gonna
the
die. You're gonna get killed.
but if I catch him, it's worth it.
True.
Okay, so a little bit more.
How much?
That is almost 2.5 million.
Oh my god. That's amazing. Awesome.
Told me now, I noticed. I got a wandering merchant.
That is amazing.
It was a full stack of solarite ore was 2.49
Did you sell it?
million.
Did you sell it?
Yes, I sold it.
Can I have some money? I'm already hitting up my sugar daddy.
Don't worry. I am officially the sugar daddy of Palworld.
I'll just take an easy million. You know, I mean, I'll pick them up. My gloopies, they need muscle head.
I'll also give you this friend. in your base. Okay.
Where are you?
I'm at your pillbox.
Oh.
And the friend is wandering around now. So you want?
Is that the guy who ran away? Come back! You can't leave! You can't just leave! Thanks. What is he doing?
You go, honey. You can have half.
Thank you. Yay. Now I can
Yeah.
continue
So
doing the
you're sitting
gloopies.
on a ridiculous amount of money. Hope.
Oh, wait.
Yep.
He said he sold it for. Oh god, yeah. Go ahead. You tell him.
Yeah. 2.49 million. Almost 2.5 million. 2.5 million. That is without any like noble or fight birds, my pals. I have no idea if there's any pal passive that increases sell value of things, but you can make a ridiculous amount of money with that.
Did you hear Hop? I wasn't sure if you were paying attention. Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, so you're gonna be rich. I have a feeling money's not a problem anymore for us.
Yeah. Which is good because I have a lot of passives to swap out.
Yeah.
At least for these two teams.
An interesting thing I saw in like a Reddit thread
Uh-huh.
was that some people get a OK flyer early,
Yeah.
put a bunch of stamina on it, and then fly up to the Sky Island
Yeah.
to get ancient spheres to then catch early level legendaries.
Honestly, it's smart.
And you could honestly set up a little base up here, get some solarite, get infinite money.
Yeah.
Surprised there's not really anything on any of these mountains, any of these floating island bits.
You don't need to be a workaholic. You can be a musclehead. What the fuck is happening with my Wumpo? Can you decide whether or not you want to be inside that ramp? Above or below it? You can't just keep teleporting in and out of the ramp.
You can't tell him what to do.
I guess he is bigger than me.
The law of bigger. The theoretical law of the right of way is the law of bigger with driving. Whichever car is bigger has the right of way. You don't want to mess with it.
Yeah.
Even if they're breaking the law. No point risking your life for the principle of you're in the right.
Well, I mean, okay, so if you're in college and live on a college campus, it's different though. See, when you're walking around, you don't really pay attention to the roads or anything like that. Why? Because as long as you know that you're in the right, then
Then you
they're
should
going
be
to pay
down.
your college tuition. I wish I was kidding, but that is the mentality that a lot of college kids have. They're like, please hit me. Please hit me. College is expensive.
That's the US mentality, yeah.
Hmm.
Um, I mean, there's people that'll be like that here. If you got hit by a university bus,
Mm-hmm.
well, typically a lot of the buses are public transport buses rented out by, or that have a route that goes to a university. Oh, oh, this is the bus one.
All right. Everything now has muscle-headed. Fantastic. Everything has muscle-headed, hard skin, and brave. I
Nice.
could theoretically go through and put ferocious on everything too, but I'm gonna wait. I think I might want an extra defense for them. I like that the chillets already have cheery, because I feel like that by itself is already a defense for them.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, just dark damage reduction is gonna be nice.
Jolene, Jolene,
Your Shin Gundam.
Jolene. I'm begging of you, please don't take my man. All right, I'm going up to the Sky Islands now.
Welcome in again.
Jolene, Jolene, Jolene. And because I'm like walking around with these guys while I'm up in the Sky Island, if I happen across a boss, I can go and kill it and then get some experience from my chillet.
I will say I took out the Ophidia because I needed to catch one anyway.
That's fine.
Well, the
I was just,
second one.
I mean, I was just gonna go for the ones I hadn't gone for yet. Like,
Yeah, that's fair.
I haven't got the Slow Watt, I haven't got the Wistella, I haven't got the Flarical, I haven't got whatever's next to the Flarical, and I think, if there's anything else, I don't see it, so.
Yeah, I have not done any of those four. By the way, make sure you have a good ice team for the floating island tower. Oh,
Okay,
good to know. I will probably use Prostellion.
okay. Jolene, Jolene,
Funny enough, I was in the process of making an
Jolene.
ice team.
I'm lifting me just because you can.
Anything cool up here? Oh, yes!
What?
I found the dungeon.
Good. I want to come with
Um,
you. Where are you at?
there is a portal here. I'm taking a portal, but the middle south island on the far right side of it. Where does this go? Oh, cool.
Jolene, Jolene. Please don't tell me just because you can.
I want to come back to this after it collapses
I
to see what
found
it's
a
like.
depresso. Bitch.
I am up high as well.
How the fuck did I get over here? Oh my god, is that the dungeon up there?
Yep.
Whoa, no wonder we didn't see that shit.
Yep. It's all the way at the top.
Okay.
I wonder if that could be a dungeon over there as well. And maybe that one.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see what what it's like when it collapses, so I know what a closed dungeon looks like.
True. I just want mechanical bow. Hello.
Ooh. Zero Covenant Enforcers. This is cool.
Nope. Nothing good.
think we have a friend. I think he's gone.
Oh,
Meow.
that friend. I thought you meant in game. Hello? I'll open the door. Ugh. Hello? No, we don't have a friend.
No? Maybe he ran off. Maybe he's trying to get food. Ah, yeah. Oh, no, it's two.
So what was this?
This is an interesting dungeon.
It's very interesting. I don't even know where you are.
Islander's tool belt schematic?
Yeah, that's a thing. Get it later.
So clean.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Why would it yeet me into the nothing? I'm so glad I have a glider.
Fuck you, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, I found chest.
Sounds like Mom's chopping up some veggies.
He's making soup.
Mm-hmm. Soup for dinner.
Soup for the soup god.
Blood for the soup blood.
I hate this dungeon.
And up here. This is a dead end. But I've got a flyer. There is no such thing as a dead end in a dungeon like this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was like, what the fuck you mean dead end? What is this that's sleeping over here?
Tolerant deposit area?
We just have, you know, one of the guys in here is just taking a nap. Oh, two of the guys are taking a nap. Three of the guys are taking. It's not even nighttime.
Oh, this is the boss
Hold
island.
on, wait for me. I gotta find you.
I'm not gonna do it at all
I don't know where you are.
without you.
Fuck am I doing? I don't know.
Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, if you just keep jumping from these.
Super chest. Hey, I found a chest. All right. Tristan found a chest.
Whee! I have no idea what the boss was because it never spawned because I didn't touch the island. Hello, friend. Oh, Dynamo.
Do you want
And I
one?
sleep in. I've got a couple already.
Okay.
The boss is actually pretty good. 92, 92,
Why is everybody
95.
asleep?
I don't know.
Hold on, I got this. I got
Night
this.
Owl?
No worries.
Full Night Owl team? They're all gonna die.
No, they're not. I got mercy.
I might catch the boss.
Murder was not necessary.
Look how both these chests.
Thanks. Please, bow schematic. Please, bow schematic. Neither one of them. However, I did get something interesting.
I do have a.
I have a slab depicting Heartalis offered to summoning altar to summon an exceptionally powerful level 70 Heartalis.
You can get fragments as well from.
Yeah, I know. I've gotten a couple of those.
Yeah. I think even in Faybreak you can get fragments from their dungeons.
Yeah.
But nice. Heartblossom is gonna be a we work up to it kind
Oh,
of.
I see now why everything was asleep.
That makes sense. Okay, how long until this closes? 9 minutes.
What closes?
The dungeon. You can still go into it like
Oh, I see.
10 minutes until, or the 10 minutes after.
I want to know. Oh, I see a depresso. I see what you mean by it's really easy to see them.
Yeah.
Um, I forgot. I don't want to do any more dungeons. I'm gonna go find those buildings that we did before and
Yep.
go through those. That's what I want to do.
Yeah.
I'm telling you this.
I will keep flying around to try and find dungeons and just loose chests in the world.
Thank you, my love.
You're welcome, my princess. Do you want me to say something if I find another dungeon, or just do it?
You can just do it. I have zero desire to do those dungeons. They're icky. I don't like them. I don't think those are fun at all.
I enjoy the premise more than the execution.
Yeah. But to be fair, like those are the kind of dungeons I don't really enjoy in ESO either.
Yeah, the floaty ones.
'Cause it's like I gotta navigate weird.
Yeah.
It's like I can't always see. It's like trying to do weird math to me.
That's a good way to put it. That was a weird math dungeon.
Remember when we played we were playing Stardew and we had that one puzzle where we had to keep going through the portals? That's what it feels like to me. I don't like that.
Yes. 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 Yes.
I'm looking for there. I am looking for a. See, I only found one of those house things, and I don't remember where the other ones were. There was like 3 of them, wasn't there?
Oh, there was more than 3. It's not all of them had things in them. There's one over here by me. I don't know if you've done this one already. I can sort of see them on the map
By
if you
you, I'm gonna put a marker there. So
It's across on the dark green area near the portal.
across. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe I can. Oh, is that what that square thing is?
Yeah, that's what that square thing is.
Okay. Hello, Nat. I was talking about you today.
We were talking about you.
I was
He's
having
only saying bad things.
Ooh. I was having a conversation with your mama.
Oh, speaking of that, I really should do this.
Here, go ahead. You want to fuck it up? You want to fuck it up? You want to take care of business?
I have a 31-day watch streak on you, my love.
Oh my God! It's like you love me or
Oh.
something. What?
Um,
I caught a flaricle.
a Yakumo effigy over here.
Nice. I don't remember what the
Right by
Yakimo
this
effigies do.
It's like a 1% chance to get like better passives on court
Oh, right. I just got runner. How could I get better than that? What about you? We were just talking about your kids. That's all.
Only the worst things.
I was saying that I feel like you're given an unnecessarily hard time sometimes. That's all.
By a certain someone that is unfortunately a dick. I feel like that's enough for you to figure out who we're talking about. What about me? It isn't fair. I've had enough. Now I want my share. Can't you see? Wanna live.
Why are you crying? I wasn't saying anything bad about you. I was saying that I think you need a break because you work hard.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. What the
No,
fuck?
don't eat Kit Kat.
There's a fast travel point down here that I hadn't gotten.
Where are
Oh
you?
my god, they're hidden.
Where are you?
Further to your southeast. Just further right on the map.
There's a fast travel. Oh yeah, I got that one.
The Yakima effigy is
I'm
like.
not looking for it, babe. I'll be real with you. If I find it, I'll find it. I'm not going hunting for it.
I was gonna tell you exactly where it was, but that's okay.
How? Okay. Where exactly is it, babe?
You see the square thingy above you? It's like between. It's like along the cliff edge. To the right of that. The tower thingy. In like a little shrine thingy. Another teleporting point.
Just told a directionally challenged person exactly where to look. And I'm just like, what? What?
There's another tower thingy by me. Hang on, I'll come over to you.
I don't care that much, really. It's like, I don't.
It's okay, you don't have to care.
I found it. I couldn't see it from where I was. 'Cause it was underneath it. I was expecting it to be on top of it.
Yeah, there's another tower by me.
This tower is not what I was talking about. This is not the tower I was talking about, babe.
Not the tower you're talking about?
No, I was talking about the tower I can go inside of that fight all those guys.
There was one you could go inside.
No. This is tiny. And it doesn't even have a door.
I'm sorry.
No, that's why I'm struggling, is because like I'm not seeing those towers. Like I've got one marked on my map. And it's like I know there was like 3 or 4 of them, but I don't see any of them. They look kind of like that style, but they're different because those aren't the exact building materials.
I know it's like an island.
Yeah, I know.
Kind of
I know. That's why I'm looking.
But a couple of them didn't have any on the
Everything's
island.
okay. I'll come have a sleep over at your house. Wait, no, I'll send all the kids. No. It's okay. It's okay, really. Your mom's gonna be the one that takes over that duty if you do that. She needs a break too.
She has a Kit Kat.
Your cigarette break. It's like 10,000
Guess maybe they're not visible on the map.
all you need is a knife. What do you mean? She didn't say anything. As far as I know. Hey, I found another portal thingy over here. Ironic.
Oh, cool.
I like that I have these portal things that I go through and then get lost immediately. Because I know that I can look at the map and it tells me exactly where to go, but like, does it really? It tells me it's going in this direction. So what? Here maybe? And this direction? Where? Bitch, where? Bitch, where? Bitch, where? Nobody knows, and then we die.
Oh, what's that I saw? Oh, there might be something up here.
Mom said it's my turn on the sex box.
Dang, that's some interesting family activities you got going on.
I was a building filled with ninjas. I'm calling them ninjas because I don't know what they are. Where would I be?
This looks like it could be a dungeon. It's just closed.
What the fuck is that? Oh, I found one. It popped into existence.
Yeah, yeah. They are not visible from far away.
Oh man, this is the one I had marked already. Damn it. I already found this one. Beam. Beam. Oh shit. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up.
Fallen
Yep.
off?
Oh shit. Oh shit.
I don't know if you can grab anywhere and I'll climb to like a small ledge, but that's the only advice
No, it's
I
okay.
can
It's
give.
okay. It's okay. Come here, Celine. Come here, Celine. Come here. How you doing? Oh, we're good now.
Ah, good.
Now I'm in the middle of the fucking ocean. Celine, we gotta go find land. Where's the closest land? Where am Oh shit. I'm so far away from land.
Oh no.
Anthony.
Does she not have enough stamina to go up?
Oh, you know what? Actually, that might work better.
Hi, Anne.
I was not paying attention.
I had the same thing happen before, and I reacted just quick enough to catch the cliff.
I was like right in the middle of cliffs.
Oh, nasty. Yeah,
Not paying
I was
attention.
close enough that I could grab. What? Uh-oh.
I'm glad that I did that because that was funny. At least if I'm gonna do something stupid, at least it better be funny.
Exactly. Okay, let's see if. Aha.
Well, maybe there's a map. Yeah, I'm gonna. Ooh, chest.
I'll go.
I got a prototype shotgun schematic. All right, let's see.
Wow.
What?
The dungeon when it's not up just disappears completely. There is nothing.
Really?
This is where it was,
Uh-huh.
and it's just like just rock.
Oh
It's
wow.
not even like a collapsed tunnel or anything.
I'm currently looking for would it be enemy camp? No, it's not enemy camp.
It is faction base or something like that.
Oh, here's a thing for cave in. Oh my God, there's an entire button for cave entrances. It doesn't even show up for the Sky Island.
Yeah, yeah. I saw a Reddit thread, and that's how I knew where that one was. That was the only one listed in the Reddit thread.
Region? I don't know what region means.
I feel like it would be easier to spot them at night time when they might glow a bit.
Buildings? Rather than warp altar.
Cave entrance.
City? No. Unknown? No.
Is there a mission objectives? Because the mission objectives are in there.
No, right? I see. If I do treasure, maybe I can find condensed areas of treasure.
True, yeah. Is there anything interesting?
Oh, there's a
up
bunch of
here?
treasure in here or something. I don't know. Camp. Why is there no thing for enemy camp? There's like no information about these islands. Region. I don't know what region means.
Oh, okay, I found one. Have you marked this one that I'm at? I'm sitting right on top of
Yep,
the
that's the only one I've marked.
Okay.
I found that one twice.
There's another one directly north from here.
Is there?
Yes. I'm flying to it now. I can see part of the structure that's loaded in, but the rest of it hasn't.
I'm gonna go to the next shrine over here. Teleport to where closest where you are.
Yeah, there's one right by the teleporter.
I see another one in front of me.
Oh, nice.
At least get this marked on my map. And I'll go. You said you're at one too?
I am on the roof right now.
Okay, I'm gonna mark where you are on my map.
This was the one I did earlier.
So it might not be
like,
ready again, right?
might not be. It might be.
Okay.
Let me go
I'm
see
gonna
if the
go to this
first
one.
chest respawned. Okay, yeah, this one has respawned.
Okay, cool. Let's do
As
that
the
after.
respawn time seems relatively short-ish.
Good. I'm gonna do this one.
Dungeon entrances here are insane.
Just give me some bow schematics. I'll be happy. I'll leave you alone. Just want to do 20,000 damage. I mean, I can do 20,000 damage. I want to do more than 20,000 damage.
My wife is cute.
That person shot my feet. That was very rude.
Yeah, okay. It's halfway through the day. Your type shotgun schematic.
Getting lots of money and food, I guess. I feed my pals from now on. Whee! I got electrocuted.
No.
Okay.
At least you're cute, dude.
The fuck?
You're
What the frick? Oh. I somehow was able to do my partner skill while gliding down, and it looked really fucking weird.
There has
Does
to be
that
more
look
than
like?
one dungeon entrance in this region. Oh,
Where I just was.
Can you...
You plush at me? Rude bitch.
maybe up?
Yeah. I just going back to the one I was at. I don't know if I'm reading these things right. Oh no, it just took me back to the one I was just at. Okay, well, I wasn't sure. It looks like they just go back and forth.
That is the boss. It's not one on there, at least not active. This is where we entered. And there's at
Maybe
least
there was only 3. Because I did think there was maybe only 3.
maybe, yeah. Yeah, you might be right.
Max of 4, I think. Because I know that some of them were just like on the ground or whatever. It wasn't
Well,
really
yeah,
in one of those
yeah, a couple are
buildings.
underground or just existing in the world.
Gold coins. I'm gonna have money at least. That's what I'm worried about. Money.
We used to be. Oh, a lucky Slowat. I'll catch you.
I know, but now we're rich. We don't have to worry about money again. That's a poor people problem. Combat SMG schematic. Well, if I really want to make a good SMG, I think I'm good.
You're so good, baby.
Huh?
So good. So good.
I don't want to make I don't want to make an SMG though. Why am I not getting any fucking?
It's just a chance. I don't have a fuck. I don't have a fire pal, but there's a fire
I
kindling
have
thing.
4 fire pals in my party.
Yeah, there's some kindling treasure chests that
Speaking of
unfortunately
which,
I
what
can't
level
get.
are these chillets now? Damn it, 70. 70 chillets. I should
Okay.
probably I should probably swap some out.
Maybe.
How should I
Oh.
handle the season of my life? Alright, I'm gonna do that so that maybe we can actually do the Belle Noire level 45 one. That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
Love, love around you. Time makes you bolder. Children get older. And I'm getting older too.
Okay, this is where one of the thingies were that you could turn off just in the world. There's a chest table.
Go to the other base.
Hmm?
Go to the other base. My workshop because my pockets are full.
Ah, yeah. When my pocket's full, I'm gonna
Well, I
be
have to
offline.
pick up a shit ton of eggs.
If we continue down the north side of this island,
I'm
the
getting
pursuit of
older
happiness.
too.
Happiness.
I'm getting older too.
The entrance to that. Maybe somewhere here.
So, go ahead.
Ooh, a portal.
Okay, I have a level 45. No, it's not. I have a level question mark. Bellenar Noir. Whatever. Bellenar Noir. Libero. Bellenar Noir. Bellenar.
Oh, you got a Libero.
Uh, Bellenar Libero Ultra Slab.
Oh yes, the Ultra is the hardest one. The Libero is the.
I'm just saying, it's something to try.
Let me take this. This might lead to a dungeon.
It'd be a good way for me to test my chillets.
Mm-hmm.
After, of course, like I'm working on them.
Let's go to.
What is my merchant is standing on my PAL box and he's trying to break it with a pickaxe. Where did he go? He's running away with a gun now. What are you doing? I'm so concerned. First he's trying to destroy my base, then he sees me come and he's like, "No, run away! She got me!" And I was watering crops. Okay.
Let me go.
I don't understand that, guys. What do you want? What do you want here? Oh, I got another small mutated egg. By small, I mean large.
Oh yeah, yeah. Just not the huge
Yeah.
Hyuge.
Hugi. Hugo. Hugo. Sorry.
Hyuge? Why are Hyuge? Weird.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
This is the sealed realm with the Wistella.
Oh my god, I need to stop forgetting to pick up my party. My egg pickup party. Damn it. I have so many more eggs.
Got her. Stairs.
Take it on side. Gloopy. Gloop, gloop. Bleh. Take it on side. Take it on the other side. Take it on. Take it on.
Do-
They leave it down. Gotta go kill a Eileen before it gets nighttime so that I can swap out my party and then come back and kill Eileen not.
Smart.
I really hope my chillets are viable.
Yeah, hopefully. Like, that would have been a ton of time. I feel like they will be. I feel like they will be fine. I feel like any team is probably, maybe not any team, but like most pals are viable if they've just got the right
Yeah.
traits and shit. Yeah, it's getting dark. Might mean it'll be easier to spot the dungeon. Sorry, whichever person that was I just ran into. And
Take
take
my
my
eyes off of you. Never like heaven to touch. And then I love you so much. You're just my side of the road. And I thank God I'm alive.
and take my eye.
I wish I had some detailed stats. You know, like I want to know how many chillets I've bred.
Yeah.
How many Gloopies and chillets I've bred. I need those stats. Oh shit. Oh, it's fine.
That would be an interesting stat page to see.
baby. And if it's quite alright, I need you, baby. And I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say,
Pretty right.
baby. Love you, baby. Let me love you. You're just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. You're like heaven to touch. I wanna hold you so much. At long last, love has arrived, and I thank God I'm alive. I'm just too good to be true. Can't take my eyes off of you. Dun, 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 dun.
I love you,
You,
babe.
baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby. Not I love you, baby. Trust in me when I say.
Oh shit, oh shit. I may have slightly fallen off the Sky Island, but I
I don't know anything about that. Why would you do that? Crazy.
caught the ledge.
Good job. Alright, I got my egg party back out now. Now that. Oh, I don't think I've gotten everybody up to. Hold on, I should check. I'll probably go catch some tails too. Maybe I'll do that.
Yeah. The tails are good to get. Mm, this is disgusting how hard it is to spot dungeons.
Uh-huh. Skype, the area that I'm in right now, that's really easy. Like they're fucking everywhere.
Sucker Dream is easy. Fray Break is medium. Some are fine to spot, others are not so much. Mm, mm,
20 levels. This one. Go kill the menacing. That's fine. I just need to know who still needs a level. Because it's literally just the last few chillets, I think. Dun 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 dun. Dun dun dun. Not done, not done. Okay, so 19 and 20. That's it.
mm, mm. The Hika is home from work. Hello, Hika.
Good job for getting home and safe and sound. You got late night. Oh my God. That sounds amazing. I don't know why late night with McDonald's sounds so good right now. Where the fuck is the scorpion? Oh, he's coming up. Okay. We've done that. Let's see, once or twice, I think. Right, babe?
Hmm?
We've ordered late night McDonald's once or twice.
Yes, once or twice. Um, maybe, potentially,
3 times.
4 times, 5.
6. 3 times. We've been doing it every day. For 6 months. Just kidding. It's only a slight exaggeration, though. We have done it a lot. All right, my chillets are leveled. Okay. Everything is leveled. Everything now just needs to be compressed. Which means I should go get more Grintails. What do you mean not enough electricity? Puffy, what are you doing? I guess I am generating quite a lot. All right, I'll get you some help, Puffy, just for a bit. I know you don't need it, but
So,
nothing.
so far I've just found the one dungeon,
Yeah.
and all the guides and everything online is
Yeah, the
nothing.
map doesn't show anything either.
There are not any listed anywhere on any of the interactive maps, any of the things, other than that one that I found is on Reddit.
Maybe it's the only one.
That'll be rough.
Do we have to run dungeons?
You just get like good loot, good amount of chests.
Reminds me, I'm gonna go back to those houses.
I found plenty of locations where I'm like, yeah, this would make sense if a dungeon was here, but like not open. And the fact that it closed and then didn't reopen right away makes me think there's another dungeon somewhere that's open, at least.
Maybe.
Mm,
Oh shit.
but yeah, how are you doing, Hika?
Oh,
Good
there's
to see
enemies
you.
in here, but there's no loot. What the fuck? I'm leaving. I don't care about this place anymore. Nothing. Okay. So I have a question, babe.
I have an answer,
Do
honey.
you want to run a level 45 raid?
You can run a level 45 raid, yes. I'd be happy to do that.
I want to see where the chillets are at. Because level wise, they're all at least in the 60s. I've got some in the 70s. They've all got good passives. The only thing they don't have is not some of them, but not all of them are 4-star.
Okay, I see.
I just kind of want to see how it goes. You know, it gives me a baseline because like I can like things will get harder, and I think 45 is the good baseline because we know that they could probably take on the 35 easy.
Yeah. Yeah, the 35. I'm just gonna
You
delete
want to
this one.
come?
I will. Yes, it's always I think best to have multiple people because it
Yeah.
we get more rewards.
Sure, I've got my
Okay.
PAL box organized properly.
Let's go to this one. Well, I should probably go and drop off loot. Got a full inventory.
Okay. I'll do the same. Why not? I don't have much, but
Feel like I got a makeshift bow schematic at some point, but it wasn't. If I did, it wasn't anything above like
I'll
green. I
probably just
think.
go ahead and do the, well, I mean, the green is what I would need to combine them, but that's fine. I'll just go ahead and make the green one that I have now.
Peltame. Oh, I got a
Oh, I can't work on this.
purple Peltame's glasses schematic.
Yeah, I have that too.
What does it do different than?
It doesn't.
Okay.
It does make arrows. Here you can't. Here? You can make arrows, but not the arrows I need.
It would be on this one, if anything.
Do we have anything to boost medicine production?
The cauldron.
Okay.
The witch's cauldron. Oh, okay.
What?
The Peltame's purple basically functions as a mercy ring plus Peltamer glasses. The ability glasses.
It functions as what?
A mercy ring.
Yeah, no, that's what I said. I'm wearing that. That's what I have on.
Okay.
I'm not wearing the regular glasses. I'm wearing the Palworld glasses.
Okay. Advanced bow.
What
I
is the
do have
cauldron?
a green mechanical bow schematic somewhere.
See a water fountain. No, I want that.
In this chest, if any.
I don't see. There it is.
Oh, cool. Um,
President
gonna go to
tool.
your workshop is where your schematics are. Cool. I've got two mechanical bow schematics.
Hold on. See? Hold on. Let me go check. See how many I have.
I can just auto sort into it.
Auto sort into it.
All it is going to be schematics. Oh, we're at 4.
Yeah.
Need one more to get a blue.
Okay. I'll just keep.
I still haven't even got any other charge rifle ones. I want to get eventually to legendary.
Yeah, if I have a charge rifle one, you can take it. I don't know if I do.
Probably not, seeing as it's a Terraria one.
Oh. Yeah, probably not.
Okay, you don't have gold. Okay. No, you don't have any charge rifle schematics. Yeah, I've basically got to farm the Terraria dungeon for him. Or the Nautilus boss can drop it. Oh, Neptilius, not Nautilus. Got a 3% chance to drop it.
Oh my god, she does look like. Oh my god, Nurse Joy, what's going on?
He's not happy.
She's in the ground.
Oh my god, it's just a hat.
It's just a hat. There you go, I helped us. She's on back and make some arrows too. Finish my boo. Your sex is on fire. How many arrows do I have? 38.
No, no, no.
God.
Do you want me to get my Libero tablets as well? Just in case we can't do them, we could just grind up on.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm gonna see what I have. I haven't crafted any. I just don't know what I've got.
Craft up all the.
I have 6 the Blazemont ones. I've got 4 Xenolord ones, and I've got 6 Hartalis ones.
Nice. I
I only have
have
3 Bellinor Libero slabs per
I've got
practice.
7 Bellinor Liberos.
I can give you these 3.
I'll bring 6 so I can have 1 to auto sort into. I've got 6 Blazemont Rears, 1 Hartellus, and 1
You know what I'm gonna do?
Libero.
I'm just gonna give all these to you. Because, like, you know better what to do when it comes to these things.
What to do with the what?
When it comes to these things. I'll just put it in your work. Are you at your workshop?
Yeah, I'm at a workshop.
Okay. I'll go put it in like.
It's literally like you interact with it in your inventory.
I just don't wanna. I just don't wanna deal with it.
That's fine.
Where are you?
I'm upstairs in my workshop.
Cool. I'm
I'm
gonna.
coming back down. And you auto sorted them?
I probably would have been smarter. Whatever. I just could not be fucked.
I can craft another Libero. So what'd you do with them?
I put it in a chest
Oh, okay.
beside your thingy.
Was that the making of a chest I heard?
Yes.
You were cute. Oh, perfect.
I want to shoot something.
So take this back out.
I want to shoot something so bad.
In real life? With a bow?
Shoot something.
Yeah.
I'll be there soon. I just have to find something to shoot.
That is more than fine. I'm going to
Apparently, fucking Daybreak is the most passive of all lands. There's nothing here. Weirdo. What am I doing here? Oh, I would have one-shot him.
But you had your
Yeah.
little thing on.
Just shot a Faybreak warrior in the face. Fuck is the shrine near here? I know it was near here. Weirdo. What the hell am I doing here? I don't even see how long it takes him to make the arrows. Are you hungry, babe?
Maybe. My tummy's been grumbling for a little bit, but I haven't felt hungry.
Started feeling hungry ever since he can mention McDonald's. I'm not saying we get McDonald's unless, but
Alexa, what time is it?
3 p.m.
I mean, 3 p.m. sounds like a reasonable time for Macca's to me.
I love my husband, the best husband in the whole wide universe. Oh, I got messages back from my family.
Grandmother.
My sister said, nah, we good here, because my mom wanted to change her channel thing to Nani of 3. I was like, yeah, you're gonna need to change your thing to Nani of 4 soon, unless something happened that I'm not aware of. My sister said, nah, we good here. Sunday I'll be in my 3rd trimester with only 12 weeks left.
Dang, that's going quick.
Mm-hmm.
Time's just been flying. It's like,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, we're having fun and love each other and...
Mm-hmm. I think she got knocked up like right as I was leaving too. What am I doing?
Possibly.
What am I doing? Wait,
Probably.
McDonald's. That's right. I got distracted.
That's okay, honey.
If anybody wants to ask why we're eating unhealthy, it's Hika's fault. And also the fact that there's a free item on over $30. You want it?
Isn't a Big Mac
It is
again?
a Big Mac. You want me to put that on there? I mean, there's no reason not
Sure,
to.
yeah.
I want a quarter pounder meal. What do I want to drink? I actually want one of the chocolate frappe things again. I think not chocolate, coffee frappe.
Oh, coffee frappe again. Yeah, yeah. It's been a while since you've
Yeah,
had
I
them.
know. I want one. Bright, 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 sunshiny day. Make one required selection. Okay. All right. I don't know what you want, babe. Here, your phone. Baby, all the rain is gone.
So it was a Big Mac, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know if you want a Big Mac or if you're just getting the Big Mac because it's over 30.
No, I'll get that. But we'll get get some nuggies.
This is how I keep the workers entertained. Okay. Did you tell that they look so entertained? That face. That's the face of an entertained individual. Entertained individual. Yay! It's exciting, it's exciting, it's exciting, it's exciting. I'm so fat, dude. I'm too excited for McDonald's. The McDonald's in Australia tastes good though. Like it's different. The beef is actually great. Okay. Are we gonna go to the thingy? I hope my chillets are good.
No, they're bad. To the bone.
Are you still preparing or?
I have finished my preparations. I am
Okay.
here. The only way I can prepare more is ages, time, getting eggs to upgrade.
Get one more. Get one more mechanical bow schematic. Although I won't be able to craft it now, so.
I'm just gonna say that, pew pew, motherfucker.
Get again. Okay, this is all hopefully we should need. I am.
I wanna put my two,
I'm gonna put this guy out too, so. Warrior. I won't know if they'll be able to handle it by themselves. For all I know, the chill. Let's hope they do good. I'm nervous. Hi, Lucy.
hello, Lucy.
I'm so fucking nervous.
You ready?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, last time we did this, it was,
a lot of death.
we got fucking destroyed.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, I think we're fine.
Hell yeah.
Go my liberator. Oh, go my banana. Beam that liberator. Oh, she's been stunned. Okay, she's awake. A second phase in a moment.
Yeah.
Okay, she's in second phase right now. Bunch of people frozen. That's okay. And
Your Tormentai was the one who died.
yeah,
That was way better.
that was
My babies are so strong.
the Tormentai that died was probably level 1.
My babies are so strong. I
Mm-hmm.
love my little danger noodles. I'm so happy. That is awesome. I want to see how they do just by themselves, though. Can I try them without the Dormitide?
Oh yeah, yeah.
That was awesome.
You have a Bellinor Ultra as well, which is level question mark.
Uh,
But no, not yet.
Not yet.
You want your babies to level 100, up to level 100, level 80
Yeah.
first.
Is that the only one of these tablets we had? Oh wait, you're already in there.
We have, we've got another 5 after this.
Oh, okay, good. Good, because we need some of these. Okay. Okay. Oh God. I'm not even pulling out. I'm not even pulling out Ryumo. I want to see literally how they do by themselves. Oh, bruh. The bitch. Oh, get her, get her, get her, get her, get her, get her, get her. Get her, guys. Get her, guys. I didn't even pull out Ryuma because I'm like, I literally just want to see just them.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm shooting them with a bow, but.
They're barely taking any damage as well.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the defense is amazing on them.
Ah, I'm so happy. Okay, nice.
We're frozen.
Nice. And then.
And this is when the fire part of their attacks will be doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, the fire part of their attack was already doing a good job.
Yeah.
I think I might go through and make sure they all have a dragon ability because they've been using a lot of fire abilities. They did it all by themselves and nobody died.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even shoot
Look
anything.
at them. They're so cute. I have a powerful, adorable army.
That's adorable.
Oh, that makes me so happy. Yeah. Okay.
They're a mix of alphas and non-alphas, aren't they?
Yes.
Are you eventually wanting to get them all alphas?
No. I really like the mix. I feel like it gives them personality while some of them like have different like some have different skills or whatever like
If we do need to like min-max, you could put your alphas out and then I could put like some of my stuff out as
sounds
well.
good. I just want to make sure all of them have at least one dragon ability. Oh, I see. Oh, never mind. Fireball, fireball, fireball. Okay, this one does not. So let's change that. Give that one. Chill its exclusive skill. Cool. Rocket Slam, I guess. Give me a minute. I just want to make sure.
No, you're fine, you're fine. The one thing I have noticed is that you don't get much XP from the raids.
Nah, I'm not worried about XP though. I'm fucking level 80.
No, I meant like for your pals.
Oh.
They don't get much.
Oh yeah, a lot of these guys were just running off fire. Yeah. I want to see if it goes faster when they have a dragon ability too.
Oh, Lucy, welcome back, welcome back. Did you enjoy your nap? Had a bit of a strange dream, huh?
I feel like she's gonna go down faster with this, cause like she's weak to dragon,
She's
and
very
then
weak.
she's weak to fire,
Yep.
and they've just been doing fire this whole time. Some of them, like this one, this level 70 one, has dragon meteor, which is great. Except for like everybody else, not unless okay. It looks like maybe that's what skill they get when they turn to level 70. Because everybody else just has dragon burst. Okay.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Are you ready?
Level 70 and level 80. I was just doing a world boss to level up my
That's fine.
party,
That's fine.
but yeah, come in. That's an amazing team.
I'm so happy. And they're only going to get stronger once all of them are 4 stars. I wonder how many are. Hold on, I'm going to tell you how many are 4 stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. Only 6 of them are 4 stars.
Fuck.
One of them is at 2 stars, and everybody else has no stars.
He spawned under my feet and pushed me up.
You're welcome. I'm gonna have to pull them out and feed them after.
Yeah.
Okay, ready?
Ready?
Yep. Let's see how this goes. Would they have a dragon ability?
Oh, they're starting with the dragon ability.
Not all of them. Some are starting with fireball.
Okay, okay. A lot of them are doing a flame attack right now. In fact, I think all of them are doing a flame attack right now.
I think the reduction, the cooldown reduction is going to be nice if I add Serenity on it later.
Yeah.
Because there's like, once they're all fighting and everything, there is a lull. And then that's when she moves. That's when all of them, they're like, oh shit, I'm on cooldown. And then she'll move.
Yeah. She can't fucking run.
No, she's not getting away.
Yeah. Okay, she's about to blow up. Heal. Oh.
My babies. My babies.
Uh,
I'm so proud of my little danger noodles.
they are so cute.
Stop pushing her dead body around. It's uncouth. This is great. This is fucking great. So I've already got 8 ancient civilization cores. Okay, I want to go check the eggs really quick, see if I can't put any more into them. I don't know how many. And then I'll come right back. Because I know we've got how many?
We've still got like 4 more.
Okay, yeah. And I'm going to feed them too. These in the chest. I got my egg pals on me right now, which is good. My egg pals are very high level.
I would like to go to Wildlife Sanctuary number 3 after this.
Okay. After all 4 or after one more raid?
No, after all this.
Okay. I've got 3 tablets for Belenar and Libero. Um,
I also need to breed Cuties.
why?
While in party, increases attack of dark pals by 17%.
I see.
It's currently 1 star. But like, my Ballon Noir does a shit ton of dark damage. I want to see how far I can boost that. Just how much damage I can get it to do. Search my dark. Okay, not good for a raid boss. Mm.
Then I'm gonna take them over to. I think I'll take them to the crop farm because I don't think they're going through their food nearly as fast as they should be or could be. That's a good place for them to eat.
Oh, Kids and Noct would be great to have in a party. In your party while fighting the dark bosses.
Oh,
While in party, player and party pals take 15% less dark damage and are immune to blind.
yeah. It's not really my party pals that I'm concerned about.
No.
Oh, element fire. Up. Now the noodles have walked away. How you know they're done? You catch the boss pal? The one that
No.
we're doing the raid for? No, but it gives you an egg at the end of it.
Oh, I need combat in my party while I'm searching for dungeons. It's got a partner skill to, when activated, uses ultrasonic waves to detect nearby dungeons, treasure chests, and scrap.
Oh, it used to be that it just detects nearby pals,
Yeah.
which was stupid to me. I was like, what a lame skill. I've got eyes.
Yeah, now it's actually going to be good for exploration
Yeah.
for the Sky
All
Island.
right, Dasher's heading to us, babe. And my noodles have been fed.
Yee. Yeah.
Yeah, you had your own boss battle. I have two of them. I compressed my. No. Anyways. I should check on my while we're waiting, I guess. Just check on these guys, make sure they got a water and a dark ability. That one does. Good. 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 That's gonna be fun to do. No, I got a problem. I could be someone, be someone, be someone. So, who are the water darks good against? The Blazemont?
Probably the Blazemont here, yeah. And maybe some other ones. I don't know what the elements
I
are
need
of
to
the other
figure.
bosses.
I just asked Mimi about it this morning, so I'm gonna ask her again. I'm gonna ask her about it. Let's see.
Oh! Almost Skull's great for,
Yeah, Blazemont is water. Xenolord is dragon. Hartalis is fire. Moonlord is dark.
Almost Skull is great for leveling teams. Because it increases Party Pel's XP gain.
What level is the Blazemont?
55.
Do you think after we could try the Blazemont?
We can try the Blazemont after, yeah. You ready?
Let me see. I'm gonna give this to you. Take this.
Oh, this. Okay. I mean, it's not like with this one.
True.
You need me.
True. You excited for whenever you can pull your Jormuntides out?
I am.
There's a satisfaction, you know, and just watching like all that you've worked so hard for
Uh-huh.
actually doing what you wanted it to do. Especially whenever it was like you feel like it was a long shot because you're like, look at them, look at them,
Hmm.
get them, babies, go, Project Ignis. My little danger noodles, I love them so much. I'm so cute. To be fair, they're in the like 60s, and this is level 45, but it is a raid boss, so.
It is a raid boss, yes.
And they're not taking like any damage, so.
Yeah, she's phased.
Every once in a while, her little thing will come out, and I just like jump it. Rude. That one hurt. Hurt me. You guys doing? You guys alright?
Yeah, I'm gonna leave and then immediately start another one.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I'll go downstairs.
Hey. Again, 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 again. Sorry, I'm so excited. All of them. Fireball! Where are you shooting? There wasn't even nothing even over there. Ooh, this one's taking a little bit of hit. I think that one got hit. Project Ignis 12 was at half health, but everybody else is fine. I think that one just got hit particularly hard by something. Careful, babe. Are you okay?
I just kicked the bed corner.
Oh no, that doesn't. Are you okay?
Amputation. You need to be amputated to live.
It's the only explanation. Or the only solution.
Oh, that was a hard fight.
Nice. All right. Let's see. 5 is hungry, and 12 is at half health. Oh, 11 is also at half health. So I'm going to pull out 11, 12, and 5. Let them eat.
I'll divvy up the food.
Yeah. Oh, 5 is back at full health, but hungry. Oh, never mind. 5 was only hungry. But at least 11 and 12 are back to full health. But they're hungry also. Hungry. Love you. Food. We have burger and iced coffee and fries. I just looked down and there's somebody in the Palworld Discord named Itchy Fart 123. I'm like, uh-huh.
Look, sometimes it's itchy. And you must need a phone. Hmm. There's a lot of bad chippies.
Mhm. Mm. I blame you, Hika.
I thank you, Heiko. Nom, nom, nom.
Nom, nom, nom. How many more are there?
We have 2 more.
Okay. You can whenever you want. I think I can eat while they work.
Yeah. I was just getting the chips out of the bottom of the bag.
Mhm.
They did not supply us with a with straws.
That's okay. I wouldn't have used it anyways.
I know.
No, I don't want to forfeit. All right, you guys ready? All right, Tristan, you can start it. Love. This one back here wants to stand by me. I don't know why. 11 likes me or whatever. Oh, now they're all hungry.
Eat, must eat the Belle Noire.
Like, all right, once we finish this battle, we're gonna be able to eat, so we should probably. See. There they go. I'll feed them. I'll feed them.
It doesn't even matter. We'll get some
You're
lovely eating
hungry.
ASMR
You're
again.
hungry. You're hungry. 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 Oh, they can't go in. I had to wait. All right. You said one more?
Yeah, I've got one more.
Okay. And then we could try the Blazement.
I think we'll be able to do the blazer one. It just might be a bit early.
Yeah.
Would that be with your gloopy team?
Yeah. More of my gloopies are 4 stars.
Around the same levels?
Mm-hmm.
It'll probably take a bit longer just because the blazer one's a higher level.
Yeah.
I think we'll get it though.
I hope so.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
I really would love to just see stats on who does the best in the raid.
I've never seen a gloopy fight. So I'm actually very curious to see what them fighting looks like.
It will be a bit interesting.
Now everybody's hungry again. That's fine. I'll have to make sure to give them some good food later.
Mm-hmm. They all deserve it. And we can even make them all even better.
How?
There's food that buffs attack.
Ooh.
And
Guys have fun. Guys have fun. Yeah. Yeah. They're like, there was
what
that
happens?
food.
And then like getting their trust up.
Oh, yep, that's right too.
That's gonna take a while.
They're gonna be so strong.
I'll go
Let me go ahead
get
and
the.
sort by Palpedia number. Okay. Let me see. 1, 2, 3. Oh god. I'm nervous. I'm so nervous about this one. And I should be less nervous than I was about the Chillets, because the Chillets are like aren't have less 4 stars.
Mm,
But like there's a higher level. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's probably because we've just never done it.
yeah, this is gonna be interesting to see what it's like.
Okay. It's
I'm just gonna
exciting.
bring one slab now.
That's
For
fine.
now.
That's really fine. I mostly just want to see what happens. And also it'd be cool to see how many ancient Civ cores we get.
It will be interesting to see that. Yeah.
So there's quite a few things I want to craft, but I need AI cores for them.
Yep. Yep. A lot of the late game stuff is one in AI cores.
And AI cores need the Civ cores.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. What else? Let's see. Wing Pack needs it. Ancient Hatchery. How many? Ancient Hatchery needs 20 of them. The boots. No, not the boots.
You ready?
Oh, yeah, yep. Let's do it. Are you prepared for death just in case?
I am. I'll be prepared with um, um,
All right, let's see how my babies do. I'm so nervous. They're gonna be so cute though. They're so cute. Look, even the alphas are small.
They are adorable.
Mhm.
Okay, you ready?
Mhm.
Okay, roughly the same amount of health. Oh.
Whoa,
Oh.
that's chaotic. Oh,
Oh, yeah.
oh shit. Oh shit. So one of two things: either he's very strong or they're very weak.
Could just be a level thing as well.
Yeah.
You might just not have enough defense. They're doing good damage to him. It's just good thing is my Bella Noir is aggro on right now, and she's got really good stats.
Yeah, I just put Ryuma out there.
I wonder if he'll have a phase 2.
Ryuma's fire, but he's also fire dark, so that could actually.
Yeah.
No, I guess it doesn't matter. My baby, my baby squishy.
Oh, he's coming after me.
I
Ah.
just
Oh, there goes the rest of the Shadow Gods.
no, my babies. All right, hold on.
I didn't time that well enough.
Uh,
We should get him. Yeah, the Gloopies definitely need more.
Defense, more levels, defense, whatever.
He's got a phase 2. Oh, and he
Electric.
electrifies.
Oh.
Oh,
nasty.
nasty. His phase 2's electric. Yeah, so my Belanoir is actually doing a lot of damage now because he's just electric.
That's good.
That's unfortunate.
Ow.
Okay, he should be dead in a moment. Yeah, he's dead, yeah. Nice. Oh.
Jesus.
Wow.
I only got 2 cores.
I got 7 cores from him.
I got a Blazing Ryu Ultra Slab. Oh
Mhm.
lord. You got 7 cores from him? I only got 2.
I got his egg as well,
Some
which I'll give to you.
bullshit. Thanks.
Yeah,
My gloopies need some love.
we are easily ready to grind out the Libero.
Yeah.
But
Not easily for the gloopies. The thing is the ones that lasted longer made me happy because that means that there were like they have potential. They just like I think their levels were too close to his level.
yeah. My love, I'll drop this here for you.
I'm just gonna take that. Thank you.
Do you want any of the Libero eggs? Oh, you have one. I'll give you another one.
Yeah.
So you can breed them.
Thanks.
I want to. I really enjoy Belanoir.
Yeah, I know you do. I'm very proud of my chillets. I'm still proud of my gloopies, even though
They did a lot of damage. They just died in one hit.
yeah, that guy was really strong.
I am glad we tested him though.
Yep, for sure. Because like it lets me know exactly what I need to work on. The other thing is these aren't those 2 aren't the only bosses.
No, they're in fact the lower level boss.
So Hartalis is
65. We haven't even touched a Libero Ultra. My God. We've got a lot of stuff that's necessary.
Bellinar level 30, Bellinar Libero level 50, Moonlord level 50, Blaze Maria level 55, Xenolord level 60, and Hartalis level 65.
Could probably do Moonlord.
Oh yeah. That'd be good to see. We have to let the babies come back to life though.
Yeah.
Because I do want to test them to see how it goes. Also, if I beat the Moonlord in this, I'll be so fucking happy because I can't even fucking beat the Moonlord in Terraria. Every single time the Moonlord's come up, somebody else, my ex was the one that beat him. Because I'm like, I can't It's so hard. I keep dying.
It's so incredibly difficult, yeah. It's just a lot of movement patterns you have to get familiar with
I don't know if you
that.
know this. I'm not very good at like that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. I know, you've told
I
me.
can do it in like this kind of perspective,
Yeah.
right? In like a Dark Souls type, I can get used to patterns and movements and stuff like that. But in a 2D space, I struggle.
I think you will be able to do it if you put enough time into it, but I think you'll get frustrated first and quit. Maybe not quit, but like you'd get frustrated and angry and very uh oh, beam slice. Oh,
I know, that's what I was just looking at. I was like, do I want to get into that? Maybe.
interesting.
I'm just gonna put it in my fruit box. I also have Dragon Burst, which I think they already have at Apocalypse. I don't know if they. I don't know what that water skill they were all using though. That was so weird looking. It looked like a freaking light show was happening. I was like, what
It
the fuck
did.
is that?
It really did.
hmm It was kind of cool, but at the same time, it was like, um, is it getting hit? I don't know. I can't tell. I just decided to start putting on a light show in the middle of the fight.
Just wanted to rave.
Unts, 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 unts. This is not the time or place.
Okay, I need to do some stuff of the thing.
I'm also doing stuff with the things.
Ooh, baby, baby, it's a wild one.
Cake and
I keep forgetting to put that away. Uh.
I just realized the set all eggs button.
You haven't been using that?
No,
Oh
I've been
no.
putting everything in there manually this whole time.
Why? Did we get any good German title for this? I don't think so.
Let's see, it'll be with the levels. Belinar and Belinar Libero, obviously, Chillets. Moon Lord, Gloopies. Blazemut, Gloopies. And then Zeno Lord and her Talus will be the Chillets again. Blazemut Ryu has Eternal Flame and Work Slave? Alright.
Guess he wants a job. I am
He's so
wanting
pretty. His attack is down because of the fucking work speed is up. He's so pretty. I love him. Actually, sorry. I love her.
Oh my god.
Her potential is shit. 37, 41, 12.
Yeah.
Press. I'll go over to the farm really quick. No, the farm, not my workshop. I want to go see if I can't make salads. And maybe just take them to like a throwaway base and just have them smash through some food, all of them at the same time.
Yeah, maybe. Good idea. Okay, so I want to go see if this guy's back up and keep eating me nuggets.
I'm glad I was weighed down because for some reason I just went and got the stuff to make the salads. Came back and immediately forgot why I came back. And then I was heavy and I was like, oh, salad.
Now, Bella Noir, you're not supposed to be in. Okay. That's unfortunate.
Chill went down my spine.
Oh my gosh, she's chilly. Like the country.
Say I'm chilly like the country? Oh, I see. It took me a
You got
second.
there.
In my brain, I was thinking Chili. I was like,
Oh.
that's not a country, that's food. There's no way that a paper straw will be able to hold up to this drink.
Macca's one's
There's
maybe.
ice chunks in it, that's why. Sometimes I have a hard time getting the ice chunk through the fucking plastic straw.
Macca's ones are at least decent until they fall apart.
I mean, technically speaking, they're all decent until they fall apart.
Not exactly. There's some that are awful.
Wendy's.
Wendy's ones are one of the worst ones I've had.
That, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know why they decided to make it out of rice paper.
Literally like a single ply straw.
No, they made it out of toilet paper.
Mm-hmm. Actually, toilet paper might have been stronger.
How did I drink my drink? Because I know my ass didn't stick that straw in there.
Magic.
I gotta go pee. I'll be back.
Well hydrated. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. Good night, Hika. Thank you for hanging out after work. I hope you have a good EP. I'll tell Aiko when she gets back that you want to EPs. She'll be able to see, but yeah. I hope you have a wonderful sleep, Hika. Yeah, beautiful. Oh, yeah.
I've been sitting over here fucking shivering.
Just a lack of pants.
Shit, I put my pants back on.
Hika went to bed.
Bed on tonight. Hot pushy at me. Rude.
Oh, I might turn this off for a little bit. Yeah.
Yes, fine. Thanks. I'm fine with
Good choice.
that.
You're not running
Fucking
the server.
shivering. Yeah, my computer's not as hot. Man, my computer's not getting ready to fucking explode. What do you mean?
You need a warm cuddle?
Just wanted. Do we have enough bases? Can I make an empty base?
We have up to 10 bases.
Yeah, but I don't know how many bases we have out right now.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I want to say probably 9, because at the very least, like, I don't think it's 10, because I did just destroy my other workshop
8.
yesterday.
1,
8?
2, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, 8.
Okay, cool.
These research will help as well for raids, but I need
What's the research?
base pals like increased defense, increased attack, things like that.
It's attractive. I had French fries stuck in my throat. I'm sorry. I'm a fucking lady. The amount of class, man. You guys don't understand.
She's so classy.
I'm a classy lady. Alright. Should find a decently open spot. There we go. Here's a big open spot.
Yeah, so basically, we need a lot of expeditions to get the manuscripts for research.
Okay. Actually, this would be better.
Do that one.
So what does it do?
All those research?
Yeah.
It just increases the defense by 2% for for the early one, or I think 5% for the later research. No, it's all 2%. But every single tree has um a defense and then a mix of two attacks or attack and defense.
Mhm.
I don't know if any defense.
Okay.
Doesn't look like them. Yeah, these will be because they're in percent increases. That's going to be massive once it adds up. Oh, I can make this one now. Ultra Shield. What about the Ancient
Because the Chillets didn't die, they're hungry. But because the Gloopies did die, they're not hungry.
Shield?
One of them's a little hungry. Emma, you're being creepy. He's like, I'm helping build, but he's like in the woods outside of the base behind a tree. It's like,
That's where the wood is.
I'm helping.
The only way he feels comfortable is when he's out there helping.
There we go. 24 beds, so nobody gets stressed out. I have a thing of food. Is everybody good? Is everybody good? This is just the recoup spot. It's all good food too, so I think what I'm gonna do actually, just 'cause seems like they're gonna be a pain in my ass. I'm gonna eat super. Where did the egg come from? We don't even have any chickens. What? There's no chickens here.
Yes, that answers the age-old question.
Oh yeah, I guess. This is easier. Just put them in my inventory, force feed them, because, like, they eat so slow. Like, I ain't got all damn day to sit here and wait for you to maybe eat
I'm sexy.
stuff.
Oh, my wife loves me.
I d- All right. Are you making the hallowed? You have the hallowed bars?
I do have the hello bars. I can make the I can make a bunch of the moon
Okay.
lord summon things.
Summoner.
7 celestial sigils.
Whoa, 7?
Yeah, I can make 7 of them. May as well.
All right.
I'm gonna be grinding out the Terraria dungeon for my gun anyway, so I'll get a lot of them.
True.
Wow.
What?
Lilene knocked and Anubis just basically touched the bench and completed all 7 instantly.
That's great. My workers have a new habit of, you know how before, whenever you see things go across on the screen on the conveyor belt, they'd have like a big gap on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, their new thing is like everything touches. It's just a tiny row, and there's like 20 things like right there in a row touching. And I'm just like, oh,
Perfect.
no. So,
Maxed out the status resistance from the pressos. They were very easy to get.
oh yeah, I have to do that too.
I maxed it out at 50%, which is pretty good. We've got 5 spare ones.
All right, I'm going to.
This is so fucking smooth and nice.
It really is.
Oh. Oh, of course, it's glitched. Iron of the Void?
What? Yeah, I think I had that on mine.
I think that's just what she comes with. That's cool.
Yeah.
What does it do? 30% increase in dark and ice attack damage. Oh, that could be really nice.
Okay, I'm
She
going
has
to the ranch. I might actually make not a dedicated raid thing. I don't know. I'm excited now about the fact that that we can actually build more things without worrying about lag. So I can actually I kind of want to build cooler things.
Yeah, understandable. That is very understandable.
Do you want to come to the thing so we could do the Moon Lord together?
Ah, yes.
Hopefully we got this.
We should, seeing as we beat the Blazer Mott Ryuru, which was the higher level.
Yeah, but I just meant I want to try it with my gloopies
Oh, yes, the groupies will be a great test.
because they're dark.
I'm just gonna pick up my eggs. And then I'll be over.
So it mows down a frontal area with blast of compressed water. The area struck by the blast erupts with water after a short delay. Although then there's torrential blast, which fires a high-pressure stream of water forward. After a short delay, the stream branches off to left and right.
That's the rave.
Yeah, it's the rave.
Okay, I am coming over. I can't wait until I get my Bellanoir Liberos done. Oh, I should actually probably get them out. Main team, yes, please. I don't care if some are missing. I'm gonna swap you and get some things to level up.
Is that going to be your dark team?
The what?
Bellanoir Noirs. Or Bellanoir Liberos?
Yes, yeah. She's probably going to be my main because her ability is effectively a active high damage attack.
What arena looks like? It's the same arena. Yeah, it's the same arena.
Take me out. Take on me out.
So this should be five. This is 5 levels lower, so might be okay.
I think it will be a good test if they don't one shot them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Oh, Moon. Oh, he's even got the. Oh wow. Well, one of his hands is already gone. His head's. Yeah, they're surviving attacks.
That's good.
They are still taking a reasonable amount of damage, but they are surviving attacks. His hands down. Okay, his heart should open up in a moment.
Oh wow.
Yeah, they're fine with him. Oh my god, I got his
Okay,
head.
so they did good. Nobody died. Did I just full on get the legendary Malmir?
Yeah, I got the Moonlord Mask. Master Legendary Sigil.
I got the Terrorblade schematic.
Oh, I got the Terrorblade schematic, the blue rarity.
Yeah.
Nice.
Is that hi Jesse. Welcome back, welcome back. Is that the one that's not the one that where the blade's behind you, is it?
No.
Oh. I want the Prisma thingy, I think is what it's called. Terra Prisma? I don't know.
Terra Prism, yeah. Hi, Jesse. Welcome back.
And I got 4 training crystals.
Yeah, 4 training crystals, 5 cores.
Oh, I did full on get the legendary Meowmere. Durability 22222.
I got the Moonlord Mask.
Hold on. It went ahead and put itself in my thing. Look. My sword has a cat on it.
Look at my face.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
You should attack with it. I think it shoots ranged attacks.
I love it.
Uh,
What are they taking?
yeah, you happy to do more of them? That was a
Yeah, that was
hard one.
good.
Uh,
Kill him with his own sword. Come on, little babies. You guys did such a good job. Sounds so cute.
yeah, this just seems like a not an amazing.
I don't think it does anything very high.
Wow, his head's already gone. Eleanor's attacks are not useful against this. It needs projectiles to actually hit the hand. Yeah.
They're very good at aiming.
Heart's open. Okay, now you can laser and it should do damage even if you're not hitting the heart.
Nice. Ooh, I got a Prisma. I got a Terra Prisma schematic.
Nice.
And it's rare.
Oh, cool. We're getting. Oh my god, we're getting life. We're getting fruits from him.
Oh my god, I love this.
Yeah. We grind.
We grind, for sure, for sure. You're waiting for your coffee to kick in, then you're gonna get some tidying done. Totally understand.
You are completely
I check to see if they're
justifying.
hungry.
There's also the Master Celestial Sigils, which
Okay.
I don't know if we'll be able to do.
I'm going to, yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna take a small moment. I'm gonna go over to that, no, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, no, I'm not. Yes, I am. No, I'm not. I'm gonna come back. I could just have them eat there. It's not like they're like a lot of them. It's different if I'm pulling out like 25 of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I really can be picky with skills right now because we get so many fucking fruits, 3 each so far.
Down at the bed of roses. Okay, you ready? Wait. What does this take to craft? I need to know what this takes to craft, babe. I'll be right back.
We could always just wait until we get it's probably just hallowed bars.
All right.
Because you might get more and you might be able to get like
You're
a purple.
right. Who's gonna? Oh yeah, never mind. You said your Bellinor Noir is gonna be here. Are you gonna have a water team? Oh yeah, I guess that'd be the Yormintide. Are you gonna have a fire team?
I will make a fire team, yeah. At some
We're
point.
good now. They're all so cute. And they're really good against this guy.
They really are amazing.
They're like, right, aim right to it. Like, all right, that's done. Done. Sweet, let's move on. Rude.
Because his hand keeps getting hit so much, it's like glitching all over the place.
Is it? Mine's not.
It's not? It's not like a jittering?
No.
Okay, cool. Guess it's just mine.
So this is how it's supposed to be beat, is like you kill the head, the hands, and then the heart.
Yeah.
I got another Terra Prisma.
Nice. I wasn't paying attention to what I got. I didn't get a schematic in that
The
one.
babies are glitching.
But yeah, it's a lot harder in Terraria.
Oh yeah.
So basically, each hand you kill,
Mhm.
or the hands in the eye,
Mhm.
it pops out, and then it still does its attacks while it's floating around the arena.
I see.
And then basically once, what do you want, buddy? Yeah, once the head and the that's only 2k. Head and the hands are down, you can attack the heart, and that's how you kill him.
Okay. Do you have a Terra Prisma?
No, I do not.
Okay.
I've only got the Terra Blade.
Do you want the Terra Blade?
I don't know. Depends how strong it is, but
I do.
I do have actually some Terra Prisma schematics back in base, but they're only green quality
Oh yeah.
from doing the dungeon runs.
Right. All right. Downfall. And go upon us all. It's a kill.
And go
And
wherever
I will go.
way up high, down low.
Damn.
Oh, they took his head out this time. First. Yeah, Bella Noir is absolutely useless when she does her laser attacks. She's only got like one attack that can hit him.
They're doing a really good job of aiming
Mm-hmm.
their abilities and stuff. Like this, the cyclones on the ground, is that Bellinor?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cyclones on the ground, the laser, and then she summons like a bunch of orbs and they fly at him, I think. Then I'll go wherever. Oh,
I did not get a Terra Prism that time. However, I did get a
blade.
Night Glow schematic.
Interesting. I wonder if we can get the charge rifle. Moonlord drops power.
If I get any, I'll let you know. I imagine so.
Drops and rewards. Mjolnir mask. The fruits, the lotuses, rubies.
We're back. Gotta go get some more food from the house.
Ooh.
Mm.
She also dropped some accessories.
Oh, well, I mean, that's why I was wondering. That's what I think the lantern is.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. And we're getting lots of training crystals. So many fucking training crystals. Honestly, Moonlord is an amazing grind.
Oh, I completely agree. And the fact that it's easy to get the materials
Mm-hmm. Literally, you get enough.
to do a
If
few, to do a couple even.
yeah. Maybe if one run gets you enough for like at least one,
Mm-hmm.
probably two.
They look so funny. They're all like piled on top of each other.
The master difficulty one as well, probably it looks like it increases the drop rate of things even more with the master difficulty ones. But you have to do the lower difficulty ones to then get the master sigils.
Well, I mean, we have the master sigil.
Mm-hmm.
You want to try one?
We've still got 3 of the lower ones, but yeah, we can try one. We can try a master if you want.
Yeah, why not?
The Ultra Raid boss is extremely powerful. Only a force of Flu Train powered stand a chance.
Oh, Lord.
Give me a warning.
We're gonna die.
Possibly. I'm excited.
Me too. This is gonna be terrible.
Watch the Gloopies still shred through him.
That'd be amazing, but I do not think that's gonna happen.
No.
Fine, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Look. Calamari's on the menu tonight.
Moonlord's gonna be eating good. You ready?
Yep.
Let's see how he's different.
I think it's probably just gonna be.
Oh,
Oh, shoot.
that health is a lot higher.
Oh.
Oh, he's doing a lot of damage. Yeah, I don't think we're getting through this.
Nah. I died. My hamster! Herbie, save me!
I'm almost dead. I'm dead. Okay, cool. Good to know. That was a good experiment to see what we need to get to.
How do I?
Forfeit, I guess.
Yeah.
If you lose any off its slab, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get it back easy. I mean,
Get back, Loopies.
I was in the floor. My poor babies. My
So that's
poor
good to know
babies.
that we're wanting minimum level 80.
Yeah. All right, we got 10 minutes. I'm sorry.
Nah, you're fine.
Herbie's dead too.
No, my Ballon Noir almost died.
Almost. Well, I guess I can go. I can go work on eggs for a bit.
Yeah, sure. We've got 10 minutes to kill.
Oh, my baby died. Either way, I'm glad that we did that because that was fun.
We only did like 40k damage.
That was beautifully horrible.
Oh.
When September ends. When September ends. What I do want to know, though, and it gives me the perfect opportunity to see how much damage these things do.
Check these German tides. You are a no. You are also a no. Fortunately, stats are really high, but you don't have the passive I want.
For the workshop. The workshop. It's gonna
The
give me
workshop
information.
to the walls.
Okay. So I know that I think it said the Meowmere is like 222 damage or something, which is like, yeah, it's not nearly as good as my sword. And its durability is way higher, but also like I'm not very good at I just don't think I'm good at it. Okay. As far as everything else, the night glow is a weapon. A lantern that radiates a rainbow-hued light. Holding it aloft releases homing light projectiles that strike enemies multiple times. That is interesting. The Terra Blade is a sword. It says, this curious sword releases vibrant green shockwaves with each strike, allowing you to hit enemies from afar despite it being a melee weapon. Attack 510. And then Terra Prisma has an attack of 110. It's a mystical sword with rainbow-colored blades. Wielding it lets you summon up to 9 blessed swords to fight alongside you.
Mm-hmm. I wanna know what love is.
I want you to show
You
me.
show
I'd make 5 AI cores.
you show me. Mm-hmm.
I want
I wanna know what love is.
you
I
to
want
show
you to
me.
show me. I wanna feel what love is. I know you can show me. I wanna know what love is.
I want to see if I can't make the upgraded shield. Basically, I'm still been using this hyper shield.
Oh yes. I'm we can make the ancient shield.
Yeah, that's the one I'm trying to make.
It just requires, ancient the AI cores and the fucking
Check. That's the one I'm working towards.
material.
I'm working towards making the ancient shield. Yeah, so let me get the Sorlight ingots going too, because I need 30 of those.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, buddy. I'm making 3,317 Sorlight bars.
Nice. That's gonna be a couple, one or two.
Make those into
Store them in one mask. I want you to show.
pick to make Sorlight. If I hadn't used all my freaking Sorlight to make I hadn't used all my Sorlight to make arrows, I'd have some. Bam, 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 bam. together. Like, this is the only dance that I have. It's not exactly very appropriate for this song. For me.
Oh, I love you.
Love you too.
He loves me. He loves my eye.
I'm gonna make 5 AI cores for this shit. Where are you going? Where are you going? Get back to work. What do you mean you're hungry? When I say break time's over. The thing is it faster to make the AI cores on the other bench? Because that's only got one guy working at it, but this one has 4.
It is faster if you've got a high level person working there because it's just the percent multiplier.
See, okay, so I've got this AI core being made now. Once I get 10 more solar light bars, I'll try the other one. Oh, I can make a burden elixir.
Nice.
Well, maybe weight go up by 100. Takes to make one AI core. Let's make one here and see how long that takes. Oh, Lord. Okay, let's see how fast this goes. What's the handicraft push think of? I mean, it's not really like it matters. It's the medicine. Actually, hold on. I have some medicine production books. Or medicine books, not medicine production books. I mean, I guess it's technically the same. I have 14 medicine books. I think I can max her out. Don't leave me out in the rain. Unbreak my heart, say you love me again. Ungrow this hurt you felt when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Uncry these tears I've cried so many nights and break my heart. Alright, and now I'm gonna go see if I have any handicraft books. So if I do, I have 2 handicraft books that I can give her. I need you, please. So unkind. Without you here beside me, unbreak my heart. Say you love me again. Undo this hurt you caused when you walked out the door and walked out of my life. Uncry these tears. I've cried so many nights. Unbreak my heart. Don't leave me in all this pain. Don't leave me out. So with PX0 at 8 and with Stella at 10, with Stella goes ever so slightly faster, and they made the AI core pretty
Oh,
pretty
Whip,
fucking fast.
thank you for the raid.
Oh, Whippa, fantastic! Welcome in.
Hello, Whipper.
Aw,
Hello,
yay!
everyone. Thank you. You are going to make me cry one day, Whipper.
Aw.
How's everyone doing? Firstly,
Rivals?
Rivals is bad. Oh, you don't like Marvel Rivals?
Yay, Palworld! Because Palworld best. So much, in fact, that we have now spent even more money on this game.
We has server. We has no lag problems anymore.
It's nice. It's really nice. Ah.
Yes, that is
That can happen.
the competitive gaming experience, unfortunately.
I could never. Competitive gaming. I suck too much.
I think if you found the right competitive game, you'd be really good. You are a very competitive person, but at the same time, you would get very angry.
Yeah. I'd be a very angry competitive person. What would I even compete? But like what kind of competition game could I even play? You're very angry. Yeah, I have like pretty decent anger issues. I try to avoid competitions because of that. But then I wind up sticking myself in situations where I feel competitive anyways. Like, did you know I was getting competitive with Tristan in Stardew?
Yeah, there was a point where she was
I have problems.
what is this? Almost what? Where is that gone? Where, huh?
What? What are you looking for?
I made the ancient Oh, they put it here. The little chest you made. They've been putting stuff in.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's multi-use, multi-purpose. Okay, I need to make one more core, And then I can finally make the stupid shield. But then I won't have to make a shield again for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I'm glad you at least, had some fun while in between pulling your hair out. And you're here now, so yippee! It's always great to see
It is always great to see you, for sure.
see people that we recognize and remember, and just are awesome to be around. Anyway, for those that joined in the raid, I suppose I should give the
Spiel.
spiel. Yeah. I'm Tristan, Heartblossom. This is my wife, Aiko Heartblossom.
Hi.
We are you're pretty much bald now. That's how much fun you had. Well, hey Kuma.
Hi, Kuma.
We are heavily addicted to Palworld. We've been playing this
What?
literally every
No.
whenever we're awake.
No. Addicted is such a strong word, I think.
We can stop whenever we want.
We
Definitely.
just don't want to.
um, we are planning on having a double debut subathon event thingy on August 1st. So if anyone's interested in that,
Whippa, I will have you know, the other day was only 12 hours. But that's only because, like, we had a lot of lag and I had just taken my medication.
yeah.
Yeah. Get your
Yeah.
facts straight, Jesus.
And I think I only streamed for like about 9 hours that day because I slept for 3. Yeah, we are very much just playing the heck out of this game.
Yeah, we kind of like it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yesterday, Tristan stopped to sleep, so that's a change. Yeah, true, true. Today, we would have got started earlier, except for we had to go to the store and get water because somebody keeps redeeming hydrate,
Lucy.
which is, great, except for every 2 seconds somebody redeeming hydrate. I gotta pee all the time. I like that I've just told everybody who just rated us. It's fine. They're gonna have to they're gonna have to figure it out eventually.
So if you redeem hydrate a lot, Aiko will have to step away to pee. Violently.
A violent peeing?
Violent peeing, yep, that's definitely what she does.
Oh my god. Whip is into it. I will hydrate.
Then finally scratches his neck. You got any of that Palworld?
I'm sorry. Like, excuse me. Well, the F-Earth came over here to hydrate after hearing that bit of information. What did you expect? Cool down right this instant. I had to put the cool down. You guys were drowning me yesterday. I can't, no.
Well,
Honestly,
I have
for
joined in the hydrate.
to be real though, or to be honest, it wasn't because of you're redeeming that I will do a posture check. It was not because of you that I wound up changing it. It's because over the course of the entire day yesterday, Lucy was in stream, and Lucy is like a freaking sniper. Yes. He's like a freaking sniper. And every time, like, because I did wind up changing it to every 10 minutes after you did Whippa, right? Every 10 minutes. And then on the dot, every 10 minutes, Lucy was hydrating.
Every 10 minutes, hydrate,
So I
hydrate,
changed it
hydrate.
to 30 minutes because I'm like, I think that's fine. I was literally like, I'm not thirsty. I can't drink any more water.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it's acceptable. But yeah, it was up. He's good people. What the fuck's taking so long?
Nusi is good people that gets involved in some interesting
I don't know
things.
how he gets himself caught up in this shit. I don't know if he's here right now. Lucy, if you're here, say something. He might be asleep.
That's a good plan. Yeah.
We are grinding out the Moon Lord because we found out that they drop really good
Yes.
schematics, and I want to get a legendary Terra Prisma schematic by combining 5 of them, and my Gloopies can beat them pretty easily. You know who my Goopies can't beat? The Blazing whatever. Can't,
Or the master variant.
or the Master Variant of the Moon Lord. Look, look, Master Variant of the Moon Lord was the only one we have lost so far.
Like, literally the only reason we're not fighting the Moon Lord right now is because
My entire team wiped.
all the Gloopies died and we don't really have any other pals.
I think my
Um,
Gloopies are alive now. I've just gotta like I'm trying to make my shield.
Yeah, we're doing some base
I need
things.
6 Sorelight and then I can make my shield. I'm just waiting. 3.
The souls, the soul upgrading enhancements, with using the pal souls is gonna be essential.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get up to 60% increase in like health, attack, and defense. And defense is gonna be necessary
I'm
for
gonna.
them to not be one shot at the higher levels.
Yeah.
Ooh, yes, lots of good German tide. Oh, sadly, only one was Elful.
But my Chillets are amazing. My Chillets never even got hurt against Belenoir. Blah, 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 whatever her name is.
Belanois Libero.
Yeah,
Something
Libero.
like that.
Blah, 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 blah,
Liberace.
blah. That one.
The Liberace sequence.
That was Fibonacci sequence.
Fibonacci. Ronaldo, but maybe.
Ooh, here we go. I'm gonna make Ancient Shield. I'm a believer, and not a trace of doubt in my mind. I'm in love. Ooh. Oh, also, I have 16 training crystals. I have stout fruits. So, does the stout fruit? The stout fruit doesn't increase it above 100. So you said I was gonna have to do what to increase? You said I was gonna have to do what to increase their stuff, their stats? Babe, you said I was gonna have to do what? What's gonna be really important for defense? So they weren't squishy?
Oh, if you go through like the Anubis statue thingy to enhance the pal stat.
Oh, right. I haven't done that with them yet.
That's gonna take so many souls.
Yes. Okay. All right. I have my new shield. It's nice. Ooh. 2200. Anyways, all right, I'm coming back. And then we can go do it again. You guys can see the Moon Lord.
Interesting. My pals have stopped breeding.
Maybe they don't like each other anymore. Did you ever stop to think about that? They're not always going to like each other.
That's possible. You breeding?
Ew, gross. You guys are carrying the berries around in your mouth and then you're going to go feed somebody? You're going to... I eat those berries that you've been carrying around your mouth, you nasties. They just put all sorts of shit in their mouth. To be fair, I'm not entirely sure how I thought they'd carry stuff around. They have very small hands.
How did your stream go, Whipper, other than, being frustrated? Was it fun? Great to see everyone.
Babe, are you ready to fight the Moon Lord?
I'm ready. Yeah.
Just really played Rivals. You want to see? You want to see my my Gloopies take on the Moon Lord? Too bad. You're gonna do it anyways.
You don't have a choice. You're watching and enjoying. Tic Tac.
Got Herbie. Get in here, Herbie. There we go.
I just don't enjoy the Overwatch format. Like I've played Overwatch before, and I know that Marvel Rivals is basically Overwatch with Marvel characters.
Ow. I got hit out of my photo mode. I was trying
Oh
to.
my god, some of my hungry.
No. There we go.
He's dead.
No, no more Terra Prisma. Did you get a Terra Prisma?
I just keep getting Terrorblade schematics.
Yeah, I got a Terra Blade as well. Again. After I feed them, of course. Apparently they're hungry, so.
Yeah, some are getting.
Pickish.
Overwatch. I never played Overwatch 1, but Overwatch 2 was just like. Eh. They removed literally everything that made Overwatch good. I got some leather. I thought that was some maps. No, it's just leather. Ooh, I do need to take these.
Okay.
Good amount.
Ready?
I am indeed ready.
Okie dokie. You getting any Moon Lord eggs?
No Moon Lord eggs. You can't get them as a pal.
Kidding, I thought it was funny. I
It would
didn't
be
make a
funny.
joke. Can you imagine being followed by the Moon Lord?
Imagine if it was like the Daydream and the Dazzies.
Oh my god.
Follows you on your shoulder. Actually, for someone new, I might actually be able to.
One head is down. As opposed to his other head that he doesn't have.
Can I cast this on his hand? No. Oh, maybe if his hand didn't move out of the way. Whee! I cast this on you.
My babies has gone down. Also, I didn't get a Terra Prisma that time either.
Oh.
It teased me. It's like, you want Terra Prisma? Here's 2 of them, and you need 5 to get a legendary, and then never gives me one again.
Unfortunately, yeah. Why did I do that? I want these. Then I want. Where's the Jewel Tide?
We're currently down a Shadow Guard member.
No. I don't know why I've wasted so many fruits on that guy. I thought it was the alpha. I wanna know. I think this is this is the last one I have.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to that dungeon and grind down more hallowed bars. Oh shit! I'm so sorry. So sorry.
Hmm?
Just tossed out the dead one. Just get on the ground, eat some food.
They will put them in the bed and they do recover faster if they're upgraded beds, but I don't think those ones are upgraded.
Okay. We could probably still do it. We'll just, yeah, we'll probably be fine.
Easy. And then just that one makes the entire difference.
That'd be hilarious, but also like kind of nice to know that they're a team.
Mm-hmm. You hear that, Glippies? You must all die to make sure you're a team.
Oh my god, shut up.
I love how like most of their attack is 100.
Yeah.
That is great. I wanna know, have you seen Lorraine? As soon as he opens his hands, he gets fucked up. Go, beam! I got the Vortex Beater, which is the shotgun.
Okay, cool.
Schematic.
Not what I'm gonna use, but so I do have some hallowed bars, I believe. Unless I gave them to you. I don't remember.
No, you didn't give them to me.
Okay, well then stay here. I'm gonna go make them real quick.
Sounds good. But this is just amazing for the fruits. Just the fruits
I
themselves is
know,
amazing.
I know. And the gems
Orbs.
things.
And the gems. Everything. Everything about the Moon Lord is fantastic.
Can make 2. Oh, wow. I sat there, I was waiting. I was like, wow, what's taking so long? When are they gonna get started? Done. I was like, okay. They had already done it when they made a slight noise and then it was done. They didn't even move. Here. No, I'm gonna take this one. Come on, babe. Psycho, thank you for showing up again. What are you on? What's your streak right now? 31, 32, 48, 72, 684, 12. I brought out a bunch of hungry babies and forgot to feed them. Don't die, guys.
Hungry. This is like the best collab ever.
When I first heard about it, I was like, that's stupid. I also didn't understand, I didn't think, because like it was already going through so much shit with Nintendo that I was like, what are they doing right now? They should really be focusing on their lawsuit issues. But no, they were just like teaming up with other people. We haven't tried the Ultra Kill stuff either, which apparently is part of the meta.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never even played Ultra Kill, so.
Me either. Hey, I got a shotgun thing, I think. What's it called? The
Nice.
Vortex Beater?
Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna feed the babies really quick and then then we'll come back in.
Okay. I got it.
I've got another one. I was able to make 2 of them, babe.
Nice.
I was just letting you know that I'm gonna feed the babies first.
I love you guys.
You know what? This actually might be easier if we just do this. Hold on.
Be bad. While you do that, I'm gonna go check if they actually started making eggs.
Okay.
There's a Bellona Liberos that just literally weren't doing anything.
Yeah.
You making eggs now? They are, yes. Okay, cool. They're actually regressing.
There we go.
Now. Looks like they were glitched. Don't you forget about me. Should be able to make at least one Terrorblade purple. But we're one of the Terror Prism.
Oh, yeah, I want Terra Prism.
I wonder if you can get the Zenith. Probably not. Nah, you can't get the Zenith, unfortunately. Did you remove the summoning thing?
Yes.
Oh, cool. Where are you putting it now?
I'll show you. Just come to me.
Oh, on this island, okay. Making sure we can kill this little boss next to it every so often.
Well, no, it was more just like, I want to pull out everybody so I can get them all eaten at once.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
You don't want to mess with their food at the farm at the ranch.
well, I could only pull out so many because all the other creatures were there.
Yeah. And this lets you do the entire page.
Yeah. I'm also turning off their. Okay, really. I'm gonna set their work mode to relaxed because I don't want them stressed, and I'm trying to turn off their work assignments. Like, you guys don't have to do anything but eat. No
Oh, that's a lot.
transporting, nothing. Just fight and eat.
The life of a gladiator.
Yep.
I'm gonna go and try and get the I'm gonna go fight the Neptilius again.
Okay.
Are you doing this?
I'm gonna leave them here for a minute. I'm gonna head out to my put some storage away in my workshop. But that's another thing too, is like I want to be able to just drop them there and leave them there for a bit and go away, let them eat their food, catch up on stuff, and then I wonder how much I could sell these swords for. Cause like
At
I've
least
got
one.
4 of them.
The swords?
Yeah, the Meow Mirror. Actually, I have 5 of them.
Oh, they're legendary, so I imagine quite a bit.
Yeah, right. That's why I'm like, I have so many. Can I just like sell it?
I was unlucky in my quest for the schematic.
Where is? There he is down there.
Vegetarian sandwich.
That mother. Excuse me. Don't run away. I'm trying. Excuse me. Stop, sir. Sir, stop running. Stop running. All right, whatever. He's like, we got some good stuff in stock. As he's running away from me. They're not. They're like 1580 is what it is. I got like just less than 6,000 selling 4 of them.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, basically these 2 islands are very passive. So that's why
Yeah,
I have the community base on one side and the raid base here. What you guys doing? Oh, I think you guys are good. He's not. By she, I mean he. Obviously. I have 6 power fruits. I have 9 stout fruits. And I have 9 life fruits. Do you hear me?
Yes, that's a
And I
lot.
have 32 training crystals.
I put some of mine away. I have no idea how many training crystals I have now, but yeah. You better take
Alright,
cover.
you ready?
Yeah.
Nope, nope, nope. Don't want to put Rima back in the box. That's not what I was trying to do. Nope. Don't even know how this happened. Now we can go.
I'm ready. I'm so small compared to. I'm too far away. No. Dragon meteor.
You think you're the Moon Lord? What about this bitch?
Slither slam. I don't know.
Moonlight beam.
Wee. Slither slip. Oh. It sounds like a Sailor Moon attack. Moonlight beam.
It worked though. I wonder if I could do it again. Nope, I don't have time. Damn it.
Oh, nice. I got the lantern schematic, the Terra Prisma schematic, and the Terra Blade
I
schematic.
can get squat that time. Comparatively speaking. Alright, I want to do that dungeon again so we can get more hallowed bars.
Yes, and I will take any charge rifle schematics.
Yeah, I will let you know if I find any. But I am first gonna go to my workshop, drop some stuff off.
You want to do it together or just?
What,
I mean,
the
there's not really
dungeon?
much point.
Yeah.
I suppose doing it together means we can just speed run the side paths quicker.
I mean, you could do it if you want to. I'll just wait over here. Hey, hate me. Doesn't want to spend time with me. Can you give me the Terra Prisma schematic? Just because that's
I
what I
will
want.
return to my base and give you all the ones I have, including the green ones. Because we'll get more green by going through the dungeon.
Okay, this chest that I'm in front of is open, and I have to pee. So
Go, my love. My. He's my princess. More than Aiko does. The Nightglow. It's somewhere down here. Oh, okay, cool. Is it a weapon? Oh, it's a weapon. The lantern's a weapon.
yeah, I know, I said that. I read it to you.
You did read it to me, yes.
I told you it was a weapon.
Yes, you did.
I do that to you a lot too.
Sometimes. There you go.
Thank you. Alright, one of those.
I got another Moonlord mod.
Common. I don't care about Terra Blades so much.
You don't care about the Terror Blade? I can take it back if you want.
I just put it away. I can go merge it. I'll go merge it for you.
Actually, while you're doing that, I want to see.
I've never merged one before. I'm gonna do it. Oh my god, I can make two of them. Two legendary Terra Blade schematics.
Two legendary.
Well, sorry, epic. My bad.
Epic. Okay.
My bad. I meant epic. You want to know how many? Do you want to take a guess at how many arrows I have for my mechanical bow?
200.
I have 2,065.
Slightly more than 200.
Just a little bit. A little bit more than 200, yeah. Okay, so. Let's go.
And the good thing is, this takes like 3 minutes to recharge, so we can literally do a run.
Think,
Kill the boss,
go check on eggs.
leave, check eggs.
Mm-hmm. And then come back.
You just keep doing that.
I love it. I love it. I fucking love you. I think you're amazing.
I love you.
Yay. Only I'm allowed to love you.
Oh, okay. Fine.
If you do it, it's gay. Are you planning on catching anything? I might want to catch the boss, but outside of that.
Outside of button, if I haven't gotten 5, I might catch something. But it'll literally be just throw an ultimate thing as we're going.
I just mean like I can just put him on aggressive. Be good to go.
Or you can just roll through the pots and break them.
You could do that.
How do I... Oh, yeah. There we go. Noir is now also on aggressive.
What?
Noir is also now on aggressive.
Yeah, it's just nice. Just have him on aggressive. Don't have to worry about anything.
You want to go left? I'll go right?
Yeah.
I think this is where a chest is. Yeah.
I love that when the slimes get hit and they die, they sound like the Terraria slimes dying.
They do.
I can picture it in my head.
Mm-hmm. Oh, my expedition's done. Excalibur? Okay, got a schematic for Excalibur.
Nice.
The Holy Sword Excalibur. Smirk. That looks like left was the correct way to go.
Yes, it's very long. I went left and then left again.
Plate mail.
Hallowed headgear schematic. Oh, that one looks prettier than the other one. Oh, probably because it's not the helmet.
So you went left, then left, and you in the underground cave section now?
No.
Oh, you're still above ground, okay.
Hi.
Yeah, honey. Looks like right was the way to go here.
It is? Okay.
Most likely. Yeah, we're in the cave now.
Hi, Lucy. I just got back from the bathroom, so no. But thank you for your suggestion.
She's being drowned again. I will go right. You go left. Yeah. Oh, there's a split path. I'm going on right where it splits.
Yeah, okay. I can go left.
It's more straight than right, but is this just yeah? This is straight up a dead end. Oh wait, no, it continues around the corner. Ah, a life crystal. Your max health. Your health is already maxed, isn't it? Or can you?
I don't know.
Ah.
What do I find out?
If you open up your inventory and press enhance stats, it'll say if it's maxed or not.
It says 16 plus 11.
Okay, so you're unmaxed yet. Max is 50 points into each of them that we can level up. I think right's probably gonna be the way to go.
That's fine. You want to go right? I'll go right.
I think it has like a set layout. Like, well, not a set layout, but the rooms have a set layout. And it's just like a mix of the different tiles of the rooms.
Maybe. Let's all stand up and stretch together. Yeah, yeah. 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 Yeah, totally. Absolutely.
You kind of smell like a baka.
Rude. Very rude. I said hi,
Octavia living.
Octavia.
Hello, welcome back, Octavia.
Yes?
Hello?
Hello?
I think I was a mom out there.
I assumed that or the cats have learned how to knock like humans. Oh no, I know you redeemed it. That's why I called you a rude bitch.
Yeah, welcome back, Octavia.
Called you a rude bitch, and then I said welcome. I said hi, Octavia. That's weird.
We're getting some decent experience by just letting them kill.
Yeah.
I think the only one I don't have.
Because cat, obviously, that's fine. You don't need to. You don't. I didn't say why. What, babe?
I think the only one I don't have 5 captured is the
Hold on, don't kill it.
yeah, put her away. Is the oh, good junk.
Look at that fucking bow, though. Look, do you see how much damage I did?
It changes. It does change when it gets low health. That was a fucking massive chunkin.
It's a coward. Yeah. Nope. Celestial sigil schematic again, though.
Yeah, I got one too.
You're not a baka, Octavia. Okay, you might be a little bit of a baka. Alright. Now we check the eggies.
Eggo, eggo, eggy, eggo.
Right. Do I have to have a fancy table for that? Oh, it can be crafted at a primitive workbench.
What can?
Celestial sigil.
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna see if I can even make it. I don't know how many I have with me right now. But I'm like at my breeding base, so. Yeah, I can. I can make one.
My inventory's full. My inventory has room now. Yippee!
To go get eggs.
Eggo.
By eggs, obviously, I mean vegetables. Get vegetables so I can make vegetable cakes. How have you guys been doing? Said you've been hanging out with your hubby. Lucy's been picking his butt.
Lucy's a professional.
He's gonna kick my ass one day. That's fine.
5 plus 11.
He's been farming Aura. That's what he's been doing.
It's the only thing he farms.
Oh, oops. He's not a farmer in real life.
The bones that are left over from the people who can't withstand his aura.
Lucy's like, the fuck is wrong with you guys? We are making 169 cakes. And apparently I can whistle through my teeth and didn't even know. Small little trip over here really quick. See if this encounter is here. Maybe I'll get lucky. Maybe I won't. But at the very least, it's nice to check. For here. I don't think Lucy heard me earlier.
Think twice. It's another day for you. You and me in paradise.
Bam, baby. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, so I think we can run the dungeon again. And then when I get done, the cakes will be done. Then I can put the cakes in. They'll probably be done in a second. I feel like the dungeon's done, yeah? Probably.
Yeah, it's a 3-minute refresh time. You and me paradise.
Let's go, Yuma. I don't need to kill anything anymore. Or I don't need to tame anything anymore.
Mm.
Down, 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 down. Down, down. Yeah, also, mine doesn't give me a cool timer or anything. It just still says question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah, it does just for this one because you can just enter whenever.
Oh, I see.
But usually they give a timer for an hour.
An hour?
Sealed dungeons, yeah.
Oh,
Sealed
I
realms.
see. But this, you said, was only 3 minutes?
Yeah, 3 minutes is how long it should take to reset from once you leave after killing the boss.
Okay. I'm in it now, so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you
Me
in it?
too.
When
Yeah.
did you come back in here?
While you were fighting the things earlier.
I was fighting the things earlier. What thing?
Like in the first room.
You came back in here
Mm-hmm.
while I was in here?
Mm-hmm. I came behind you.
Oh, I see. I did not see you out there. So I was confused.
Mm-hmm. Hmm?
I'm blessed.
I'm glad. I follow the trail of death.
Even better though.
Ready.
You said you're following the trail of death. First of all, there's nothing down this way.
Maybe? You in the cave now?
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? No, I'm not in the cave.
Oh. Trail of death extended to the entrance of the cave, so I was following that.
No, I'm still above ground.
Ryuma was just killing everything in
Yeah.
over here, I see.
He's a murderer. I see a question mark past the wall.
Hey, honey.
This is what I was doing.
Oh. uh, not a good weapon in this game apparently. Just damage wise, but it's a good weapon in Terraria early on.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I'm attacking anything, but I get to shoot out rainbow cats.
It's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly.
I think this way is always a life crystal. Well, it's always a life crystal rune, there's just not always a life crystal in it.
You'll never get me. So aggressive. Unnecessarily aggressive. And then freaking Remio comes back up and barely was not even thinking. There's a drop down point here.
Yeah, it's the way to go. Hey, honey.
Hi, babe.
I think if anything, it's the rainbow slimes I might need more of.
God, both of them have the same fucking attack. There's so many spirals in here.
There must be something that spawns in here, just not guaranteed. Like the live crystal. Good thing about me following up is the enemies do drop hello bars when you kill them, but there's only like one. I'm just following up and collecting the remnants of what Rima's left behind.
Or me. You don't know. I'm probably killing things too.
And you have Mercy?
Oh, shit. You're right. I forgot. I was like, I'm murdering things. No, I'm not. Well, I'm killing these pots.
Now that's pod racing. Oh yeah, I do need these rainbow slimes. Nice. Got all the rainbow slimes I need.
Good, good, good. Ow.
These poor bats. These poor little bats.
Why you say that?
They're just getting like one shot by a giant fucking laser beam. Hey honey.
They tried to kill me.
Fuck
I
those
had to
bats.
attack them with cats. Okay, it looks like the cakes are done now.
Nice.
I'm going to go split them between the two.
There he is, left side. Wanting to catch him?
No. What the fuck was that?
Oh.
What did you use?
um.
Did you
they-
butcher him?
No, I shot him and in Terraria it explodes into gore.
Oh,
But
I see.
it's separate in this one.
That's funny. Oh, I got a Terra Prisma schematic. It's probably normal, but no, I can't tell.
I got another one of those lanterns.
I got something else too, but I don't know what it was.
Ooh, baby, it's a W.
I got a green uncommon Terra Prisma schematic, and I got the same thing I was getting before. I got a hallowed plate mail schematic though.
Nice.
No.
I got a couple of helmet schematics while running through that.
Time to go give my cake to some creatures. Cute creatures.
As long as they're cute, that's all that matters. Baby,
It is. You know, I only care about appearances. That's why I use this really shitty sword. Because it's adorable. Oh, 169 cakes turned into 196 cakes. Every now and then I get a little bit lonely when it's never coming down. Turn around every now and then I get a little bit guilty. Turn around every now and then I get a little bit mad. I don't know the words. I know the turn around part.
Turn around, turn around, turn around, turn around.
Exactly.
Turn turn
Bright
around,
eyes,
bright eyes.
turn around, bright eyes.
Then I fall apart.
You more of the night, and I need you more than ever. Okay. I have 3 celestial sigils. Would you like to kill the Moon Lord?
Well, let me see how many I can craft. But yeah.
Okay.
I can craft 4. Nice. Probably just from following up.
Yep. I think I'm gonna take a look after this
Yeah.
to see if I can figure out like what abilities are really good. Because I've never I haven't really looked too much into the abilities, and skill fruits are a thing, yeah.
Yes, skill fruits are a thing, and there are
So if they're like abilities that would be really good against like them. Okay, so you know how your Bellanor doesn't do shit against the Moon Lord, right? Because of the way its ability is. Like it's not that it's not strong. It's just that it doesn't work.
incredibly strong.
It just
You
doesn't.
can't
It
get
just doesn't work for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but like the Gloopies, their attack works because they can aim it.
Yeah.
I want to know if it's something like that, you know.
I have 4 celestial sigils. I got 4 celestial sigils.
Okay, I have 3.
Coming over to you. Bright eyes, every now and then I'll fall apart. Bright eyes, now and then I need you more. Need you more than ever. Oh.
Like them having the beams works for this particular fight. I'm not saying it wouldn't work for other fights too, because like they're all spitting like directly at where they're trying to hit, you know.
Yeah.
Seems it got a hive mind because they're all focused on the same thing. The cephalopod hive mind. Oh shit.
Yeah, we're through now.
Go ball! Damn it. I threw that ultra sphere right into his eye hole.
Nice, I got a Terra Prism.
Nice. I didn't. But that's cool, because you did.
As long as you're just getting any, that is good.
Mm-hmm.
I made myself hot dog. Oh my god.
Just one hot dog?
Surrounded yourself in bread.
Does it have a bun? Or is it just the weenie?
Oh.
How you doing? Thank you,
Neil.
Octavia. Thank you for
I could do.
I'm toasty. Thanks.
Your toasty?
Yes. Yes, it has a bun.
Let's go, Bun Man.
Right.
Let's go. So empower the boss. Shoot his hand with a hydro laser.
I'm gonna shoot his hand with a moonlight beam. I'm gonna shoot him right in the head with it.
Not the aim. Oh, his head's gone already. Dragon Meteor.
I almost took over his hand. I almost finished his hand up by myself. I feel, I don't know, maybe. Maybe I did nothing. Whee. Good job. I'm proud of you for cooking for yourself. It's a hot dog.
Hot dog.
Do you want to know how I used to cook hot dogs?
Hot
I'm gonna
dog.
tell you, it's actually really weirdly good. Okay.
Hot
So,
dog. Hot dog. Diggity
if
dog.
you don't mind the chance that you might be ingesting plastic or some cancerous plastic materials, um,
Another terrorism.
nice. I did not have a terrorism. Um, I used to, I would wrap a hot dog in saran wrap and then put it in the microwave for 60 seconds, and it kept all the juices in it.
Oh my. Oh my. Kept all the juices and infused it with
Well,
chemicals.
that's what I said. Is that you had to like I let them know that there's a chance that they're gonna ingest some plastic or chemicals.
Your groupies are hungry.
Yeah, I know.
They hunger for blood.
Yeah, sealed in all the juices, and you just gotta peel the plastic off, and you're good to go. Look at all those tentacles. This is some person's dream right here. Hold on. Let me get in. Let me get in. It's me. It's my dream. Why's this guy have a minor injury? Alright. Alright. Couple minor injuries. Let's see. You said you have how many now?
I've got 3 left, I think. Yeah.
Paraprismas.
Oh, terrorisms?
Yeah.
2.
Let me see how many I have. Because I don't know if I have 2 or 3. I want badly. I don't even know what it takes to craft it. Shit, I should probably look that up. Hallowed bar, pal battle. Yeah, no big whoop. Okay. I mean, I still need to get some more hallowed bars, but let me see how many I have. I should just hold them so I know. Should never have put it in here. I have 3. You bring to me 2? But I need more. I need more hallowed bars.
You want now? And not save up to legendary?
Oh, right.
You can keep going to legendary.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. That'd be cool. Yeah, let's do that. You're smart. Smart man. These are much easier to do than. Okay.
Oh, I have an idea of what I could. Hmm.
What?
Uh, I have an idea of a raid team I could make for the Moon Lord. Because it doesn't matter what element you use against the Moon Lord.
Dark.
Yeah, dark raid team, but it can't be Belanoise because their attack won't hit
Oh,
him.
yeah.
So there's another thing with a giant laser beam that is very effective that can be aimed. That you happen to just be on the back of.
Okay.
Can you imagine a Celine raid team? Just all the fucking moon lasers. I got no schematics that time.
I got a schematic for a shotgun.
Oh, cool. Bus clear.
that one. Let go. Na, 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 na. Torn between being too hot and too cold. One's hungry. Oh no. Who's the real moon lord, bitch? I don't think Holy Burst is gonna do anything. I mean, I could try.
No, I don't think it does.
There, got his arm. Whee. Oh my lord. How are you on top of it every single time? Also, why is time flying so fast? I will drink. I will hydrate, only because I wasn't even aware.
Oh, I got Terra Prism. No prism that time.
Nice.
I think you were distracted, so you don't know.
I didn't get any Terra Prisms. I would have said something if I got a Terra Prism. Alright, gotta feed the babies. How many more do you have? How many more do you have?
3.
Okay. You guys good?
Looks like they're good. Yeah, looks like they're good. Oh, this last one's just eating. But yeah, I've just finished. Nice.
Because of King Crimson, I can skip time. I believe you. It's really weird. Time is flying.
It really is.
It did not feel like it's been half an hour since you redeemed that last time. Because I remember. No, it hasn't been. There's no way. Because, like, I had just gotten back from the bathroom and he redeemed Hydrate, and I said no because I just got back.
And then it's been half an hour since.
No, it hasn't. Has it really?
I think so.
That's wild to me. There are little lasers everywhere. Excuse me, I am trying to do photo mood. Excuse me, Sir Moonlord. I am trying to get a good angle here to show off the gloopies.
Oh, my weapon's damaged. Oh no.
Look at them go. Look at them, they're warriors. Oh. Warriors. Do we win? Oh.
Yeah.
I was in the mini. Give me what Terra Prism thing. Give me
I wasn't paying attention.
I didn't get one. I know I didn't. Have I heard of the beatboxing puppy? I cannot say that I have heard of the beatboxing puppy.
I did not get one that time.
Whoa. I almost tried to start a Celestial Master raid. My bad. I didn't do it though. Warriors.
Prepare for battle.
I stay up here and I can watch from above.
Well, that one's gone.
Pretty
And
good
the head's
fight.
gone.
Nice. They're getting better at this.
They're learning. Nope. The lasers came back.
Oop.
Eye's gone. And it's about to be dead.
Yep.
Goodbye, Moonlawn.
Nice. And I got a Terra Prisma thing that time.
Nice. I got a shotgun thingy that time. Okay, one more, and they're starting to get hungry. Seems like two when they get hungry.
That's fine. I don't mind feeding them. That's why I like that I moved it, because I can just put them all out at the same time. And they have nothing to do, and I can tell exactly where everybody is and what they're doing. And you said there's one more?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you what I found poetic about Terraria cross-overing with Palworld? What? Everything says working a little slow, probably a slacker. I'm like, considering that they're all muscle heads, I'd say so. You might be right. Is how Terraria gets called 2D Minecraft when it's not, and Palworld gets compared to Pokemon, so these two games combined together. Oh, I see.
Ready? Ready?
Yes.
It's the last one. Mm. It is a bit of a treat.
Yeah,
We should find neat, treat, beat.
I definitely read it as neat.
Neat.
Or
Teat.
teat, you know. I also find it teat. Like a booby.
He's found the teats.
They help to take out the eyeball.
Nice.
Well, the one on his forehead, at least. Why's he got so many eyes?
Yes.
Nice. I did not get another thingy, but it's fine. You did right, teat.
I didn't get another thing yet. But it is okay. We got quite a few that time.
Let's see. That means I can go check on. Well, I'm gonna go to the warehouse real quick. combine together what I got so far for the. But mostly because I want to see what the damage difference is once you upgrade it to epic.
Yeah, yeah.
I do not have all of them. I don't think. 110 without. Okay, I need one more, baby, so I can see the difference. Can you put the schematics in my workshop?
Oh yes, 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 yes.
Hey.
Oh, mm, 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 oh, the I have to put them in his chest because he were out of blue ones.
Yeah.
Come and get your love.
Alright, so it's 110 before upgrading to epic. At epic, it is.
Mm. Mm.
Hold on. So normal.
No, not back up.
Normal is 90. Terra Prisma. Uncommon is 100. Rare is 110. So my guess is going to be 120. 10 and 125. I see.
Your love.
So maybe we'll get real lucky with a
Come
higher.
and get your
With the epic version or legendary version.
come and get
I'm gonna go
your
check. I'm gonna go sort the eggs out before heading back to the dungeon. I know there's gonna be a bunch over there. Get your love, wanna get your love, wanna get your love now. Get your love, come get your
love. Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Come and get your love.
I need to take a nap. I'm overheating, and for some reason, it's making me dizzy. Do you hear me?
Heat back on.
What?
What?
No.
You said you're starting to feel dizzy?
Yeah, I said I need to take a nap. I'm overheating, and I think I'm starting to feel dizzy. So I'm gonna take a small nap.
Okay. That is a good idea. The AC back on to
I thought you turned
help
the
you.
heat. I thought you turned the heat on. I was like, no.
No.
Okay.
No.
You want to share your screen, babe?
I can share screen.